This House is in session. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'm obliged to you, sir. Good afternoon to parliamentary colleagues. Good afternoon to our guests. Good afternoon to the people of Barbados on this island and in the diaspora. Your Honor, I want to begin in a fairly unusual fashion, but it is a fashion that demands some attention. Just before I left home, I received the message from a parent. She describes herself as a parent, and she's asking me on this day to bring attention to the matter, and I ask you to allow me to read it. It is not offensive in any way. In fact, I will ask the House to join me in acknowledging the message from this parent. Her child has Down syndrome. It says, "Good morning, Mr. Thorne. This needs to be addressed." Thank you. Thank you. There is no mention of Down syndrome here. These children and adults are also in the special needs section, and they're forgotten. Disability is disability, and we need to be included in whatever is being shared out, not left out. We intend to come out in force to have our children recognized. Thursday, 21st March, is World Down Syndrome Day. So receiving this news today, Tuesday, 19th of March, is not good news. Our children need to be included. I say children because our adults function as children. We have to make decisions for them. The Down Syndrome Association of Barbados is asking you to speak on our behalf. We need a voice for our children. Would you be that voice? And she describes herself as a concerned parent. I will not disclose her name, just her initials, JG. And she's left her address as well. And she will now be pleased to note that the Honourable Prime Minister has joined in.
On a point of elucidation, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for raising it. In fact, before he spoke, the Honourable Member for St. James North, who chaired the Disabilities Commission, raised the issue with me, and we agreed that in my wrap-up tomorrow night, I will speak because, as you know, under the, for the record, but I say to you that it is government's intention to reach all those who are disabled.
If that were to be the full extent of the Prime Minister's wrap-up, I suspect I may be quite relieved. Your Honor, a writer once said, reality is not what you think it is what you experience. I quote that because fresh in my mind is the Honourable Prime Minister's speech that I heard yesterday. The language was used about a mood, putting us into a mood. And that seemed to be an appeal to the sensations. I wish to, in my own delivery, contrast against the intention of the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister. And instead of appealing to the sensations, I want to appeal to the experience of the people of this country, since my views accord with those of the writer who said, reality is not what you think it is. it is what you experience. I go to page 141 of the Honourable Prime Minister's speech yesterday. And it reads, Mr. Speaker, Barbados is abuzz with activity, confidence, and positive economic indicators. I respectfully beg to differ. If Barbados is abuzz with activity, it is not the kind of activity that will provoke the applause that came from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. If Barbados is abuzz with confidence, it is not a confidence in the immediate future. And as to positive economic indicators, that must be what some feel or what some think, but it certainly is not the experience of the majority of people in this country. I am advised to correct something that the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, said yesterday, that the national debt in 2018 was 18.1 billion. I am advised that several writers, academic writers, who have studied the Barbados model in 2018 reject that. And that in fact, they list the national debt in 2018 at 15.84 billion. I relate my speech today to the experience of this country. My speech is not related to what people think. Unless one has the powers that were given to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, what the people in this country feel is the extreme heat of an economy which is performing poorly, of an economy in which inflation is rampant, an economy in which inflation is further impoverishing the poor, or marginalizing the poor, and bringing the middle back into poverty that they would have experienced before their social elevation. And what if I were to tell this country, and if I were to tell this government, that extreme hardship and poverty portends for this country? What if I were to say that to this government? And what if I were to challenge any member of this government to walk into their constituency
Please, let the honourable member speak, please.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
I will protect you, honourable member. I will protect you, honourable member.
I am so obliged to you. You see, I sympathize particularly with the front bench. They don't get a lot of chances to talk, especially on Thursdays. So that I can bear the interruptions. If interrupting me is for you therapeutic, I will hear it. I know you don't get any opportunities to speak on Thursdays at cabinet meetings. So please, Your Honor.
Honourable member, I can only try. I will try my utmost to protect you.
To protect me?
Yes, from...
I'm trying to protect them. I am promoting their interests. I am promoting their right to speak in a cabinet that does not allow them to speak. And what if I were to tell you, Your Honor, that extreme hardship and poverty portends for this country? A country in which economic growth, in spite of the claims of the Honourable Prime Minister yesterday, economic growth does not exist in Barbados. I come to this task this evening with a sense of honour and duty. I accept the honour, but must now do my duty. Do my duty to the people of this country who expect that this government must face the questions that the people want to ask of this government. This is my reply. And to reply is to answer the government. To reply is to ask questions, even of a reluctant government. To reply is to ask questions of this reluctant government. To reply is to call upon this government to give account. To reply is to call upon this government to defend its trusteeship of the vast amounts of the people's money that it is spending. And I will come to that with specificity. And it will not make the people of this country happy. To reply is to call upon government to explain the wisdom of the means by which it accumulates the people's money. To reply is to call on this government to defend its social and economic policy. To reply is to call on government to be transparent. Is that too much to ask? To reply is to ask government to be honest with the people and with their money. Is that too much to ask? To reply is to ask government to do its labors with integrity. Is that too much to ask? To reply is to ask government to pursue the common good and to cease the detestable practice of individual reward in government. Is that too much to ask? To reply is to ask the government to do right by the people of Barbados. Is that too much to ask? And if that is too much to ask, then you become a government that has lost the moral right to govern. And we, the citizens, will demand a return to good government. And so I ask the question again. What if I were to tell you that extreme hardship and poverty portends for Barbados? If any of you in this government is living without a visit to the supermarket or the marketplace, if any of you is living insulated from many of your constituents who endure hardship, then you may not be aware of what portends for the people of this country. I accept that there are those who will deny the portent of extreme hardship that is upon this country. There are those who will deny it. And they will deny it because of their partisan interests. They support the party that constitutes this government. But when they apply conscience to their reason, when they apply conscience to their reason, will they really put the narrow interests of a political party before the rights of a hungry child? Does any member of this government know if any child of a constituent went to bed hungry last night? Does any member of this government know if any child of a constituent went to school without breakfast this morning. It is not what we think. It is what the children in this country are experiencing. Because their parents are finding visits to the supermarkets a tortuous exercise under the administration of this government. So there are those who will deny for partisan interests. There's a second group that will deny, and that group is the unaware. And they will be unaware because an honorable prime minister will say to this country, and I quote, "We've had 11 consecutive quarters of growth." 11 consecutive quarters of growth. And coming from high authority, there are persons who will accept it. And they will accept it if it is a view embraced by certain other high officials who occupy the top floor of certain buildings, tall buildings in Bridgetown. They may well accept that because the statement comes from high authority. They are the unaware. 11 consecutive quarters of growth. But we feel relieved that those two categories of persons may be converted to the truth. They may be. As I said, when conscience meets reason, even in the most private moments, people do accept the truth, in spite of partisan affiliation, in spite of misinformation. So I'm not bothered about those two groups. The third group about which I'm bothered is the group that I describe as the indifferent. Those who don't care. For one reason or another, they may not care. Those who live in the midst of human suffering and will not care. That is the group. That is the problematic group in this country. And I point no fingers at anyone. But as politicians, we have a duty to ensure, and I believe Owen Arthur used to say it all the time, that our mission in this political exercise is to ensure that poor people stop being poor. And if those who subscribe to the scriptures literally will insist that the poor will always be with us, there are those of more libertarian view who believe that we have a duty to at some time be that good Samaritan that will stop and help a man or a woman or a child. Let me pause. I think I owe it to this country to remind that these views that I hold are not recent views. On the occasion of the budget speech last year, I spoke of the marginalized in this country. I spoke of the thousands of workers who were sent home. Of course, on that occasion, I said it to applause. I said it to applause from the same hands that dangle at the sides of the members of this government. This year I say the same thing. Parliament is silent. That is what you call partisan politics. And when partisan politics casts you into the category of the indifferent, I say you forfeit the right. You forfeit the right to hold the view that you now say you hold. And I say to you further, Mr. Speaker, that my conscience, my location here is related to my conscience. I said it last year. And this year I'm saying the same thing. And I say to the people of Barbados, I am saying it with greater freedom this time. Political freedom. And it is not only political freedom, but it is the truth. The truth I told last year is an enduring truth this year. It is well with my soul. To the people of Barbados who have met me since I have crossed the floor, I say how overwhelmed I am. My parliamentary colleagues in here are not aware of it. They are not aware of what is happening in this country. They are not aware that there's a groundswell of opposition to this government, because their reality is what they think. My reality is what I experience out there. That there are people in this country who now celebrate the fact that at least one of us has had the courage, has had the conviction, has had the moral fortitude to oppose wrongdoing in government. And I say a government is engaging in wrongdoing when it sends home the most vulnerable people in this country. The people who during COVID and the dust storms that y'all like to talk, that they like to talk about, Your Honor. Beg your pardon, sir. The people who kept this country clean. And the gratitude that this government visited upon them was that when the country became clean, they were clean out of jobs. And the people in this country silently are waiting to give this government a message. But perhaps this government's reality is what this government thinks. But the reality out there is that there's much suffering among the people of this country. And I'm not only speaking of the poor people of this country. There are middle-class people in this country who are afraid to open the light bill. There are middle-class people in this country who, when they reach the cash register in the supermarket, they get nervous. That's the objective reality. What is this government's reality? Is this a happy band of campers who revel in numbers? Who revel in numbers and who take comfort in large numbers against a sentiment in the public domain that you are not doing well, that they are not doing well, Your Honor, by the people of this country, that they have lost their freedoms. And I come to this task recognizing that there was legitimate opposition to this government for a while. And that legitimate opposition was extra-parliamentary. There were voices of protest against the high winds of government's indifference and injustice. Except, Your Honor, they did not have a voice in here. And I come to this task with humility. And I come to it with honor, a sense of honor. And I will not resile from my duty to be that representative voice of the suffering people out there who are burdened under the weight of an indifferent government. Today, the people can say that in this parliament, we have a voice. Today, the people can say that in this parliament, we have a party. Today, the people can say that in this parliament, we have a movement. Today, we can say, the people can say that in this parliament, we have a moral cause. And when a certain tomorrow comes, the people will say, we claim our country back. And I trust that that will be a reality that this government can live with for the sake of your own well-being. We want our country back. And what has happened to this country? This country has been visited by a certain cynicism. It feels as if it is devoid of a soul, and that the human condition is without worth unless attached to it is material wealth. This government presides over a country that has lost its soul, and that is regrettable. This government promotes a culture, I said it before and I'll say it again, of revelry and vulgar materialism. It will ignore the poor except for their vote. This government will ignore the poor except for their vote and find no value in their lives. A government such as this will never seek to elevate the poor if the poor continues to vote for the government. The government then becomes invested in the poverty that afflicts the lives of the poor. You give them handouts. Christmas comes, you give them a handout. Crop over comes, you give them a ticket. I know that disguised behind the laughter and smiles is a conscience that is active. But it's fine, you can disguise your conscience with smiles and laughter. That is fine. But I believe that there are some among you, even among you, who may have a conscience, who may say, I am not indifferent. I am not indifferent to the suffering of the people of this country. And where there are means for elevation, this government will destroy those means. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to resist this government in its attempt to destroy the one institution that gave to this country its freedom, democracy, and justice. I say to you, Your Honor, in the hearing of the Honourable Prime Minister of this country, do not touch education unless those reforms in education are progressive. There's a large percentage of this population which understands what education has done for this country. We understand it. Many of us did not read about race and class in any textbook. For us, it was not an academic enterprise. We lived it. We lived it. And having lived class in this country, we understand why we will say, and that our voices will reverberate across this chamber and across this country. And we mean it when we say it. And we say it because we mean it. Do not touch education unless those reforms are curricular. But I can point to large conurbations across this country. Large conurbations which did not exist in the 1950s and the 1960s and the early 1970s. I lived it, Mr. Speaker. I know of what I speak. I lived it. The Honourable Member for St. James South represents a constituency which lived education. That conurbation that stretches from the University of the West Indies down to what we call, in those days, the Venezuela Project, housing project. If the Honourable Member does not know this, she will become indebted for the education. that the honourable member represents a portion of this landscape, and not this landscape, but this human scape, whose progress, whose elevation has been directly related to that revolutionary moment of 1961. And the name Errol Walton Barrow, His Excellency. And the name the Honourable James Cameron Tudor will never be buried away from the consciousness, even of the youth of this country. 1961 was a revolutionary moment. I said it when I was on your platform. And I said it to applause. My views are consistent. I understand that the government, I don't know if it is embarrassment, intends to withdraw from the drastic reforms that it had, and I'm not going to use the word propose, that it had threatened. This government threatened the freedom-loving people of this country. When this government threatened to dismantle the education that emancipated the lives of the oppressed, the dispossessed, the disrespected, the disadvantaged, these threats were made by this government. We have a voice, we have a party, we have a moral cause, we have a movement. And that mission remains high on my agenda. The government has spoken in relation to education of its purpose. The word purpose and the word motive may seem at times synonymous. You may express a purpose. I am inquiring as to your motive. If an institution has elevated large segments of this population, why do you want to dismantle it? Why do you want to destroy it? Why do you want to interfere with it? Particularly when those proposed reforms were implemented in other countries, and those other countries knew and accepted the folly of the reforms. You will pardon my strong emotion, but if a man cannot get angry against injustice, he isn't worthy of anger against anything. And so, Your Honor, from here on, I will try not to shout being so close to you.
Otherwise, you might be put out the chamber. I remember.
But if this government finds that it is invested in the marginalization of people, in the poverty of people, and that all you do for them, a hamper at Christmas, a fete at crop over, a ticket to Hennessy, and we feel that we're doing something so marvelous. We feel that that is the essence of political stewardship. These patronizing interventions into the life of the poor. You speak to me of your purpose. I inquire about your motive. And I suspect the motive is one of perpetual dominance over the lives of the poor. They must be elevated even at the expense of this government. They must be. And in that enterprise, this parliament now becomes like the cathedral in which government worships against the elevation of the poor. And I'm going to come to specific enterprises of this government. And the cabinet has become the kingdom of heaven. I beg your pardon, sir. The Parliament is like the cathedral in which this government worships, and the cabinet, the kingdom of heaven, except that there is no dispute as to who is God in there. There's no space in the consciousness of proud old-fashioned Bajans for autocrats. When I came, I said good afternoon to my parliamentary colleagues. My heart sometimes goes out towards you on Thursdays. Some of you smile. My heart goes out to you on Thursdays. And the public blames you for not resisting this dreadful set of circumstances in which our political traditions are now reduced to power exercised by one. I bring to you, Mr. Speaker, through you, the news to this Parliament that even if you don't find the strength within you to resist it, Honourable Prime Minister, the people of Barbados hold it against you. The omnipotence of a Prime Minister. The political omnipotence of a Prime Minister. Let us speak to the reality in our country that now suffers much. Let us speak about the real experience of a country that used to be a better place. Let us speak to our experience in a country that used to be able to find its soul. I have pressed against your consciences enough, Honourable Mr. Speaker. I have pressed against their consciences enough. And I will relieve them and relieve their consciences by turning to the budget that we heard yesterday. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South East is timing me. And I will say to her now that I may say a few things later, and I will hope for her sake that I do not get to say them before my time expires. Today our focus will be on government's economic policy, its social policy, which will include the cultural, and I will bring attention to issues of governance that undermine the economy and that help to destroy investor confidence in Barbados. All is not well. We are in an environment where this government is now employing the largest number of consultants ever in the history of political administration. And that may be vainglorious government, but it causes the suffering of thousands of Barbadians who could have been employed with the same monies that support those few who live luxurious and opulent lives at the expense of the people that this government sent home last year. And many of them have not recovered $500 a week without national insurance. They wanted the money, they needed the money, but they wanted some respect as well. Is it too much for them and even marginalized as they were, could they not have been kept in that marginal employment by this government? I beg your pardon, sir. That's a little anger. But it is anger justified. When we have people who don't even occupy an office space for 8 hours in a week, calling themselves consultants, and I will come to specificity, consultants. And poor people in this country, those young bodies that we saw during COVID, the only part of them you could see were their eyes, but you knew they were young because of their bodies. Black bodies in the southern sun. I think the Honourable Member for St. James Central is familiar with these things. He being given to music and poetry. And if they have these consultants, it is not for this government to ask this opposition to help with any proposal for the future development of this country. I've known of cases in which you hear criticisms, oh, he didn't offer any prescription. That is not my job. You got the consultants, use them. You got the consultants further impoverishing the poor in this country, use them. We will not be distracted in our right of reply. And we will not be distracted in the exercise of this constitutional mandate. We have a party, we have a cause, we have a moral cause, we have a right and we have a duty. And we will not resile from that duty. This government must face the truth. And when we tell you of how you have obviously done wrong, you may extrapolate from that what is the right thing to do. Get rid of those consultants, and some of them and the majority of them, and put the poor people of this country back to work. Where's your conscience? Where's your conscience today, government? Through you, sir. At home, sitting down on a side step with the dismissed employee for whom this government could not even pay national insurance to satisfy the IMF. The worker became the $500 worker in this country became an item in the IMF program. But emerge these super people called consultants. Where is your conscience? Where is your conscience today? I have come to the point, Your Honor, where I wish to be able to identify some of the obvious weaknesses in this economy. The very obvious weaknesses in this economy, because a budgetary occasion is an occasion in which we deliberate and debate and discourse on economic performance. Now, before I go to the weaknesses in the economy, I'll say this. This theory, because it is a theory, that we have had 11 consecutive quarters of growth is only partially correct. Coming out of COVID, we would have had growth. There's no country that did not experience growth after COVID. COVID was a lockdown. The place was locked down. Every country had growth. But I say that since COVID, the growth of which this government speaks is not real growth. Growth is calculated according to the unit of $1. That is one way of calculating growth. In fact, it is the most convenient way because you can't go down by the port or you can't go by every supermarket, every retail place or every mechanic and ask him what he has done or calculate goods. So you do it in dollar terms. You attach a dollar value to the question of growth. And where you have rampant inflation, what appears to be growth is really not growth. It is inflation. You have, in a school yard, for example, the lady who comes to the school and she sells her chocolates. Each chocolate costs $5. And 5 boys at lunchtime come and buy 1 chocolate each. In other words, 5 boys come and buy 5 chocolates. And they spend $25 on Monday. On Tuesday, so you have $25 in that schoolyard economy. And those 5 boys come back on the Tuesday. And the lady tells them, well, you know, the chocolates are $10 today. And they say, fine. And those 5 boys buy the 5 chocolates at $10 each. So the dollar value within that schoolyard economy has gone from 25 to 50. But it's still 5 chocolates. That's the point. Still 5 chocolates. There has been no growth in the exchange of goods and services. All you have had is inflationary growth. And that is what this government has been doing over the past few years. The government has been measuring economic growth by a dollar value. The government has been attaching inflationary figures to the question of growth, to the question of the exchange of goods and services. That is what the government has been doing. So that when the unaware and the indifferent hear that there has been economic growth, let the truth meet them, and let the truth meet them head on. That the economists in this region and beyond this region reject the government's position that there has been any real growth in this economy. And if there's real growth, anytime a country has had 11 quarters consecutively of growth, employment increases. And this government is coming and telling poor people in Barbados that it is buoyant, that this economy is buoyant, and to quote the Honourable Prime Minister yesterday, that Barbados is abuzz with activity, and there's confidence, and there are positive economic indicators. What happened to the poor people? It ain't so positive for them. I didn't mean to say this, but I can say it now. There's positivity only at Haman's. I'm going to come to that shortly. Where are your consciences? Where are their consciences, Mr. Speaker? I'm going to come to that very shortly. Let us identify the underlying weaknesses in this Barbadian economy. 1, there's unbalanced growth. You can rest now from the people's attack. Let us get academic. Come, let us reason together like good parliamentarians. And when you have unbalanced growth in the economy, heavily dependent on tourism, you have a problem. And that is Barbados' problem. That is Barbados' problem. And I see the shoulders of the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central. He is concerned, Your Honour. He is concerned. The little man, what's the Harris Paints ad again? You have a big job, Honourable Member. You have a real big job. And I know you want to do well. I know you want to do well. But all falls on you in this economy. And that is problematic. And I say it is problematic because the government is refusing the economic planners in this government. The economic planners that are advising this government seem not to be directing it in a path of diversification. Pardon the pun, but this country is ripe for diversification. You're also frightened for the earth. You're also frightened for dirt. This country is ready for agriculture. Where's the member for St. Mike's, for St. Philip? Looking for pepper? You better export some to Canada. You're really looking for pepper in truth. You better try and get the fields planted and export some pepper to Canada. And so, unless the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central does his duty and does it well, we are at the mercy of tourism. And that is not a healthy state, Prime Minister. What are you and your economic planners doing? You writing pretty speeches? You listening to me? Well, don't cry. Now, I do know that there are technocrats who question the real returns of a tourism industry. And while those discussions rage, there's a part of me that still feels some compassion for workers in tourism. I know technocrats will come and they will take out their calculators and they will wonder, well, is it really benefiting Barbados? My answer is yes. All of us patriotic Barbadians like to drive across Barbados and see the H cars and the restaurants full and the taxi drivers getting work and the airport busy and the planes landing and taking off with regularity. We love to see that. We all do. So while the technocrats exchange between themselves, I still want to express support, Your Honor, for the tourism industry. I still want to do that. Because without it, I don't know what Barbados would look like. It certainly would not be abuzz with activity, as the Honourable Prime Minister termed it yesterday. But that remains a problem within the economy, that we are over-dependent on tourism. And for a long time, our tourism planners have been trying to convert Barbadians with the mantra that service is not servitude. And sometimes we need to do that by reminding Barbadians that the tourism economies of London and New York are perhaps the largest in the world. Two of the world's financial centers, and they make millions, billions of dollars from tourism. So that tourism is not only sun, sea, and sand, but tourism is a product in a world that develops, that is associating itself with matters of culture and heritage. And I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central pays rapt attention on matters of tourism, so that tourism is not only an island activity, tourism is cultural. Tourism involves human social intercourse. People love to travel. And I say that to say that we need, although we are overly dependent on tourism, we still have a long way to go in developing this industry. And I know that it is an industry not only that my party supports, but all Barbadians support it. They all do. Now, one of the other weaknesses in tourism is the slow pace of investment among Barbadians in the hotel plant. You know, we drive around and we look at these impressive buildings. And I'm among that group. It does not, and it has not occurred to me before my recent education in tourism, that a lot of these plants, tourism plants, are foreign owned. And that is a weakness within this economy, because the result of that is the repatriation of funds to the owners of the hotels. And one of the other problems within tourism is the underinsurance of many of the hotels in this country. Unless somebody talks to the insurers. And I know most of the hotels are coastal, and therefore the insurers will convince them that insurance rates need to be high. But a lot of hotels in this country, the smaller and the intermediate hotels, are suffering from underinsurance. And I'm educated and told that if we have a major hurricane, that many of those hotels may not be able to reconstruct with any immediacy. I was speaking about the construction of hotels. And I know that the government is a little nervous on this issue. In 2018, when things were fresh, we were told that from Needham's Point to the harbor, the coastline would be dotted with hotels. And 6 years later, Mr. Speaker, where are we? Who is asleep on the job? Where are the hotels? It is a dream deferred. The words of the American poet Langston Hughes, a dream deferred. Hyatt is now a dream deferred. I will go on to the second weakness in this economy. The second weakness in this economy is inflation, the persistence of high prices. And that has dominated much of my discourse to this point. And we cannot have an economy that will grow. And to use the Honourable Prime Minister's term, an economy that will be abuzz with activity, if we are afflicted by high prices. High prices become a disincentive against spending. That is obvious. Not only a disincentive, but an impediment against economic activity. Who can shop without money? Only a thief. This government has failed to control prices. And that is why I began by saying that extreme poverty portends for this country. And if that is not the experience of any of you, it means that your lives are insulated against your own constituents, against the reality that visits their lives. That is the sober and truthful message that must be told to Barbadians, that this country, our country, your country, mine, is in trouble. It is in deep trouble. And the sooner this government admits it, the sooner this government begins to tell the truth to the people of Barbados, the truth of inflation that is crippling this economy, the sooner this government explains that national crisis, that dilemma in the lives of people, the sooner you begin to admit it. You may win a place back in the hearts of the people, but I suspect the hour is too late. In your cocoons of comfort, in this government's cocoons of comfort, they have lost touch with reality. They have lost touch with reality. I turn to the third weakness in this economy. The very high debt that we face as a country. Every economist, every credible economist in this country and in this region and beyond this region is warning this government on a weekly basis against incurring debt repeatedly. Every time an overseas trip returns, we have glad tidings of more foreign exchange that we have not earned. We have begged for it. And that is a weakness in this economy. And government has failed to heed the warnings of the good economists who have told this government repeatedly, stop borrowing so much money. And the government continues to borrow the money. And where is it going? Like a nest egg, like a warm bird sitting on his egg, waiting for the hatchling. That money is not going into any productive area. That money is awaiting the next loan that is to be repaid. That is where we've reached in this country. That is where these gurus have taken us in this country. That we are borrowing to repay. That is where we are. And we are told that government, if this situation is allowed to continue without sustained improvement in foreign exchange generating sectors, it will place heavy constraints on the country's prospects for social and economic development. Where is that money going? We are sitting like warm birds on a wet night in a good nest, just awaiting the next loan repayment. No productive activity. Let me go to the fourth weakness in this economy that is so abuzz with activity. The private sector is now reluctant to invest in this economy. That's why the Honourable Prime Minister went down to Haman's, rejoicing at the opening of a retail plant. A moment for celebration. A little retail plant opens in Haman's, and the prestigious presence of a Prime Minister blesses it. What an impressive event. What an impressive event. And what do malls do? I don't think the things that are sold there generally in malls are manufactured here. They're imported. That is why I said a few minutes ago, why is this government so afraid of the land, the mud? Is it too dirty for this clean and happy government? Diversify. That's the message to this government over and over. Diversify. Diversify in the direction of the Honourable Member for St. Philip West. South he is, south. South. Much is on his shoulders as well. And I'm going to come to his ministry very shortly. And I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. On behalf of the farmers of this country, I am going to tell the truth. But you know, Haman's is celebrated as some major national achievement. During the estimates, the calling programs, the government probably feels they're nobodies. I don't. They are a relevant voice in national discourse. And it was said that it seemed that the opening of a small retail operation ranked with priority over the estimates that were laid in this parliament, the people's money. So Haman's must have been very important. Very important. But while we were celebrating Haman's, the door to investment was slammed shut in the faces of 26-9. I don't talk race. I don't talk race. And I don't talk race because there's a small group of people in this country who talk it. They didn't live it. For them, it is an academic pursuit. And I know they're not sincere on it. And I talk race at risk that I may be associated with that insincerity. So I don't talk race. I talk justice. And the symbolic figure of justice, the lady who holds the scale, she is blindfolded. She doesn't see race. So I'm not talking race, Your Honor. Through you to the Honourable Prime Minister, I don't talk race. And I do not accept that the Prime Minister's journey to Haman's had anything with ranking racial identity. But I do think it was a journey that failed to recognize the rights of 26 men and women. Were there any women among them? I'm not sure. According to reports, they mortgaged their houses. Mortgaged their houses. Let the consciences be disrupted. I can hear the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. And if it pains, take the pain. Take the pain of truth. Why was Haman so important? And those men who want to do a little road paving, their interests don't rank with equal importance. I don't talk race. I talk justice. And justice is blind. And she is impartial. And she applies justice without regard to wealth or power or any social status that may be ascribed. We call on this government to do business not only with Haman's, but to do business with anyone, whether cherry, gooseberry, or dunk. I'm hearing the Honourable Deputy Speaker. I don't know if she wishes to take your position, sir. Besides, I have Rule 33 for you, you know. I have Rule 33 for her.
Honourable Member, as an attorney, you know the concept of experiencing and judicial deafness.
Judicial deafness.
Yes, sir. So you can do that.
Oh, I see, sir. All right.
Display judicial deafness.
Yes, yes.
And continue.
Just rein her in a little bit, though. I must say I enjoy it more when she's there. Okay, keep me alert. I want to remind this government, and I know the Prime Minister is desperate to attract investment. The Prime Minister was all over the world looking for foreign investment. Not found. And so wisely, the Honourable Prime Minister comes back to Barbados and celebrates Haymans. And we have kindly and gently invited her to celebrate some road works by some people who deserve it, by some people who deserve a chance. If the MTW owes the people money, pay the people the money or use the money as mobilization. Don't dismiss people and say, well, them ain't got no mobilization. Who them is? Who them think them is? Look, Your Honor, this economy is in trouble, and I am going to give 15 features of this economy that function as a disincentive against local investment. And so when you have men who are willing to invest, the government is morally and politically obligated and socially obligated to assist them. But here are the features that act as a disincentive to investment. Excessive debt. This is an economy that is weighted under by excessive debt. High taxes, 2. 3, austere economic measures. 4, high costs. 5, inflation, high inflation. 6, rampant crime, and that is, I say rampant crime, that will silence the Attorney General who was interrupting me. The LP, you can be silent now. Deal with the crime. Deal with the crime, Mr. Honourable Member for St. Joseph. Because crime, the crime that is afflicting this country, is a disincentive against local and foreign investment. Where are you in relation to that problem? I can come to that very shortly. Significant poverty. Number 7. 8, slow-paced digitization. Slow-paced digitization. I know he's been transferred in recent times. A demoralized public service, and I'm going to deal with that. I'm going to deal with the demoralized public service. Slow business facilitation, and the Honourable Prime Minister yesterday acknowledged the problem. And there's some new bureau to be set up. I wish them well, but I have faith in my public service. And I resist this government in its efforts that are aimed, well, I shouldn't say that are aimed, that are resulting in a demoralized public service. This PPP phenomenon, it hasn't been working very well. And I will come to that. I will come to one of the major disasters of this PPP enterprise very shortly. But let me move on. Poor roads and infrastructure. Another disincentive against local investment. Poor roads and infrastructure. We are waiting for the rains, Honourable Member, through you, sir. St. Michael Southeast. I am praying, you and I are praying about these rains. And we hope that they don't wash off the tar you put on Thornberry Hill. Heard that you and the Prime, beg your pardon, sir, heard that the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast toured, just yesterday it was admitted, toured Thornberry Hill to look at the tar. Of course, I believe the Honourable Prime Minister was up there doing something else. But she may not be aware that only the right side going up is my side. So the campaign that she was doing up there, if she was on the left side, you continue. Continue, Honourable Prime Minister. More time than me. This one is interesting. A disincentive against investment, marginalized churches and NGOs. Now, I heard something in here last night, and I experienced something in here last night. I heard the end of the Prime Minister's speech, and Your Honor, it did not make me happy. But I want to say that marginalized churches become a disincentive against local investment. And number 13, the unlucky number, corruption. That's the unlucky number. And this is an unlucky country because the stench of corruption is now wafting across the corridors of power in this country. I bring that news to this government. I bring that news, Mr. Speaker, to this government. And if this government is not aware of the public perception, if this government's self-perception is one that is to say we are angels, the public doesn't think so. The public really does not think that. I will move to 14. Eroded democratic traditions become a disincentive against local and or foreign investment. And I've said it before, number 15, slow-paced economic diversification. Through you, Your Honor, Prime Minister, this place is not a buzz. This place is running aground. There's inactivity. People are afraid even to leave home at night. Because your Attorney General finds himself unable to exercise any creative thought towards resolving the issue of crime. And don't tell me it is universal. If you tell me it is universal, is that a reason to do nothing? What logic does that become? Every country has salt. You don't eat salt to death. You deal with the problem that is local. You don't ignore it and tell people in Barbados, oh, every country has crime. So what you want me to do? I want you to deal with it. Honourable Member for St. Joseph, through you, sir. Deal with it. I come to number 5 of the weaknesses in this economy. The high trade deficit. Now, there are a lot of ministers, I don't quite know who is the Minister of Trade. I honestly don't know. Let him get in. But the fact is, Your Honor, we import too much. We import too much. We really import too much. And we need to export more. The trade deficit has increased from Barbados' $2.965 billion in 2013 to $3.798 billion in 2022. And that is not a partisan statement. That is a statement of economic fact. That our trade deficit is widening. We are not producing and exporting enough. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Why is this government so afraid of the dirt? The land is there for agriculture. And the landscape of the mine is there for creative effort. Or musicians, or writers, or dancers. Do they not feel that they have this government's support in the creative industries. I come to number 6 quickly. Another weakness in the Barbadian economy is the low labor force participation rates, especially among females. You know, I have a great respect for economists. A man who chooses to become an economist is basically choosing a life of public service. Chances are he will not become wealthy. He will live a good life, but he isn't going to become wealthy. And it is the acquisition of wealth that motivates a lot of people. And I love to engage academic discourse with economists. And I like it when economists explain the workings of an economy. I'm speaking of the good ones, of course. And they tell us that among women, those who actively seek to be involved in the world of work, 58%, only 58%. And among men, 68%. And you know, an academic pursuit becomes so exciting. So I can understand why economists sacrifice wealth for the excitement that their work brings to them. They're involved in public service and they're resolving problems, not for their own sake, but for the sake of a society. And I bow to the economists in this country whose work is helping to shape this society into a prosperous place. I bow to them. What they also tell me is about a striking finding in a study that revealed a sharp decline in the labor force participation, and the government needs to note this if they don't know it. That between the second and the last quarter of 2022, we lost 6,300 persons over that 6-month period from the world of work. Now, I've asked the government to pay some attention to that. And I suspect, Honourable Mr. Speaker, that that may have had to do with retirements from the public service. And I say this in the hearing of the Honourable Prime Minister. I'm not blaming the others. I come in at the Prime Minister today. That our public service has had too many early retirements. And in a tragic case, death. I sat next to that gentleman in third form at Harrison College. Stood at his funeral a few months ago. Died. I spare a thought for Philip Tudor, the former Chief Technical Officer. Died. Gone too soon, too soon, too soon. Our banner draped for you, I would prefer the banner in the wind, not bound so tightly in a scarlet fold, Martin Carter. Death must not find us thinking that we die. So let all the work that Philip did continue for the benefit of this country. A 7th weakness in the Barbadian economy is the presence of very liquid commercial banks enjoying huge profits. And let me pause and congratulate the Central Bank of Barbados in its efforts to control the imposition of fees on customers for a range of services. The 8th structural weakness of the Barbadian economy, we come back to this again. So when a Prime Minister comes into this Parliament every budget day, 2 years consecutively, and say, no more taxes. No moment of rejoicing. As one famous man said, if you stick me in my back with a knife and pull it out ½ inch, am I supposed to celebrate? The knife is in my back, and you pull it out a little bit and ask me to congratulate you. So when the Honourable Prime Minister comes in here in an overtaxed economy, an overtaxed regime, and says, no more taxes, am I supposed to break into applause? And the other problematic in this economy, the high levels of foreign reserves that are borrowed rather than earned. Borrowed rather than earned. There is no moment for celebration when your foreign reserves are borrowed, particularly when you are borrowing them only to repay them in an economy that is stagnant, in an economy in which a government finds that it cannot employ people, but we are abuzz. We are abuzz with activity, and perhaps the Prime Minister may believe that. Said often enough, let us engage intellectually and academically. Come, let us reason together. Come, let us, in your final wrap-up, confront these issues and tell this country the truth. I want to turn from the weaknesses in this economy, and I want to examine the origins of government's economic policy. It is so interesting. It is so interesting. There's a lament among a few economists that they went around this country in 2018 informing the people of this country that a new government would engage in debt reprofiling. I'm going to make this quick. I don't wish to bore the uninterested, nor the disinterested. But please watch me and not him. But this country was told that we would be reprofiling. Mr. Speaker, a few days after the election, even before a new cabinet was sworn in, the government was meeting with who I don't know, but there was no cabinet, and restructuring, debt restructuring. Now, they're two clean different things. Reprofiling is gentle. The government, let me say to Barbados, the government defaulted. The government defaulted on its debt for the first time in the history of this country. What is the laughter about? You didn't know that, Mr. AG? Through you, sir? Yes, yes, yes. I'm telling the people of Barbados, and you don't want them to hear that for the first time in the history of this country, you can joke as much as you want. You can joke as much as you want. If you choose to be a buffoon, fine. For the first time in the history of this country, no, I said if he chooses to be, I'm not saying he is. But that's not the major point I'm making. Not the question of default. Here is what happened. And I said this in here a few weeks ago, and one honourable member, he went into an eruption. He erupted when I said, and I will repeat today, that a company called White Oak was hired by this government. I don't know if it was done by the cabinet, but this government, whoever constituted the government, one of the French monarchs said that he is the state. L'État, c'est moi. I am the state. So whoever was the state when White Oak came And come they did. The late Owen Arthur said, the late Owen Arthur, esteemed departed Prime Minister, said that he, the Right Honourable, I thank you, member for St. Thomas, thank her, yes sir, he said that he could have done the debt restructuring for free. He said that. He said it to me. I don't know why he didn't tell the Prime Minister. Who? About me. All right. All right. Don't be distracted by my laughter, because I'm coming now to the Financial Times. I'm coming to the Financial Times. And this is a document. This is a document. This is a cold soup. Well, let the public get some cold soup. You don't want it. If you don't want it, the public wants it. It's fresh for the public because the public never heard of this article in the Financial Times. Beg your pardon? All right. Written by Colby Smith, who is the U.S. editor, on May the 9th, 2019, the Financial Times. Please permit me to read it, sir.
You're making it a document.
I am so doing. It reads as follows. Please sit comfortably. The people at home are sitting comfortably. And they want to hear about White Oak. They want to hear, and they deserve to hear, that their taxpayers' money in the sum of $27 million US paid White Oak to do something that the Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur said that he could have done for free. $27 million US, 54 million Barbados. While we were defaulting on debt, we were paying a firm called White Oak $27 million US. Don't tell me Joe said it. He probably didn't shout. The people of Barbados need to hear this. I quote, Your Honor, a little-known UK advisory firm, you know, editors are very interesting people. They don't waste a word. Every word they use is used deliberately and for effect. I'm not going to deconstruct every phrase, but they begin the article by saying a little-known UK advisory firm. In Barbados, you was a man them in the body. Them in the body. Who them? Who them? Nobody you know them. That's what the American was saying. She can't say it like us. Who them? Who they is? Who they are? They in a body. A little-known UK advisory firm stands to make about $27 million from the restructuring of Barbados' $7 billion of debts, close to what Lazard earned 7 years ago when it advised Greece on defaulted debt, nearly 40 times bigger. That's how the article begins. Miss Colby Smith, an esteemed U.S. economics editor for the Financial Times and the economist in here, I believe the Honourable member for Christchurch, is central as an economist. I believe so. He never met me late one night and told me that. But he appears that way, based on his speeches in here. And he will want to say to this House, when his time comes, what that first paragraph meant. That a little-known advisory firm was paid $27 million, almost what Lazard earned when it advised Greece, whose defaulted debt was nearly 40 times bigger. They were saying that the fee was too high. And they were calling this government to account. As we call this government to account today, this is a reply. And I said in my opening, this government is not beyond being called to account. I go back to Mrs. Colby Smith. White Oak Advisory is a small firm with just 2 partners, located opposite Claridge's Hotel in London's Mayfair. The size of the fee it will receive from its work on the default has outraged the Caribbean islands' creditors. Is Miss Colby Smith a liar? Did Miss Colby Smith call the creditors of Barbados, Barbados's creditors, and ask them why this wise Barbados government was paying a little-known firm in London the sum of 27 million US dollars? They use the word outraged. The creditors were outraged. Look, here we are. These people owe us money. And they're walking about squandering their money. That's what they were saying. And I quote, she now quotes, the fee is absurd given the size of the debt. Honourable members, the Financial Times, this wasn't the bomb or the investigator. This was the world's leading financial publication. The fee is absurd given the size of the debt, unquote, said Sean Newman, an Atlanta-based portfolio manager at Invesco and a member of the External Committee of Creditors. And he is quoted again, I've never seen anything like this in my 20 years in the business. Honourable member for St. Joseph is staring at me. He can't believe it. Yes, please do. Were you there? But I heard this tale that I voted for it. I heard that tale. Bring the records. I heard that tale. All those in favor say yeah, and the ritual. Never said you ain't here yet. White Oak was founded a decade ago by Sebastian Espin. I don't like calling names. Please, I will leave the gentleman's name. But it was founded by S.E., a farmer who he is though. Some might call a former banker, and another person, a former U.S. Treasury Department official. It will earn about 27 million from the bankrupt country. I felt so ashamed, Mr. Speaker. They're calling us a bankrupt country. And they're telling the world that this little foolish bankrupt country spending. But let me talk. No, you can get a turn. Let me tell my truth so you can tell your lies when your time comes. Financial Times. I brought 3 copies. Who wants one to see it close up? The Bajan government, no, it didn't get there. It will earn about $27 million from the bankrupt country according to Financial Times calculations. That is almost double what Ukraine paid for advice on its $18 billion restructuring in 2015. According to people familiar with the deals. Mr. Speaker, what is your mood? The Prime Minister talked about a mood yesterday. What now must be the mood of this country? When the Financial Times is characterizing Barbados so disparagingly for squandering money, this is almost double what Ukraine paid for advice on its $18 billion restructuring in 2015, according to people familiar with the deals. I go on. The Bajan government hit back at the creditor criticism. So obviously, Mrs. Smith, good journalism. She goes to one, gets his view, and goes to the other. So she came to the Barbados government. and asked, what is your opinion? These people are saying that you're squandering the taxpayers' money. And that Bajan government hit back at the creditor criticism. And I quote, we believe it is excellent value for money given that through their efforts, we have saved $1 billion of interest and principal. We would hire White Oak again. You mean you can spend another $27 million? Have a heart. You can do it again, Mr. AG. Because it appears as if the Prime Minister now putting it on you. You would do it again? Now, that rhetoric I heard in here during the estimates. When I criticized the White Oak fee, one man said, but they saved this country $1 billion of interest and principal, and we would hire them again. What do those whose interests were supposed to be protected by the National Insurance Fund, what do those poor people feel about this? That two men were allowed, in fancy language, to restructure. But for the people who had money in the National Insurance Fund, it is no restructuring. They have been deprived of a birthright. Employers and employees contributed to a fund, and we paid two men $27 million to deprive the poor people in this country and the not so poor, who have a vested interest in a national insurance fund that ought to be buoyant, and they scraped away $1 billion and coming here expressing triumph that they did something so noble. So noble. Let us move on. White Oak's engagement letter indicates that the Bajan government agreed to pay the firm just over $21 million for the successful restructuring of its roughly $5 billion of domestic debts. Now, domestic debts. It isn't like the foreign debt where you are in some, where the bargaining power is unequal. It's local. I mean, the government runs the NIS. The government participates in the central bank, who sacrifice as well over $1 billion. So it is no great moment. There's no great moment of triumph to say that you got these two local entities to sacrifice anything. What hard work? There's no hard work involved in that. The letter was signed 5 days after, and I beg your pardon, after, this is the article I'm reading, 5 days after Mia Mottley was sworn in as Prime Minister on May 25th. And 2 days before the government announced it was defaulting on its debts. Presumably that was the advice given by these two gentlemen. I will read on. Negotiations with external creditors are ongoing. Once complete, the government is set to pay White Oak about $4 million for restructuring approximately $910 million of debt owed to foreign investors. The firm is also receiving an $85,000 monthly retainer, US dollars 85,000. Which of you in here makes $85,000 a month? Not a man, nor a woman. Oinatha said he wanted to do it for free. We paid two men $85,000 per month to do this easy work. Let us move on. It is likely to take at least another 12 months to finalize the deal, according to another person involved in the negotiations. The additional $2 million in monthly fees brings the total payout from Barbados to roughly $27 million. And I quote, "It is a disproportionate fee for a small country," said one financial advisor. I'm going to repeat it because the Honourable Attorney General was speaking while I was reading that, and I want him to hear it. and I quote, "It is a disproportionate fee for a small country," said one financial advisor. He went on, "Barbados is not Greece, which had a massive debt stock, multiple debt instruments, and huge political tensions." That was difficult. That was hard work. That was indelicate. That was fraught with danger. Not this transaction that we had here. Not a 2-hour meeting in an air-conditioned office with plush sofas. He went on, the financial advisor, "Double-digit fees are for very large transactions that are super complicated with a large number of instruments and a large number of different creditors." So here's White Oak now, feebly, at the request of Mrs. Smith, finding something to say in their defense. No doubt they whispered. White Oak's partners said the fee was justified because, and I quote, "placing this debt on a sustainable footing has required an unusually complex operation." How impressive. Its rates are, and we quote again, "among the lowest charged in any Caribbean restructuring," again in relative terms. And the article continues, "Barbados' debts came to roughly 160% of gross domestic product at the beginning of the restructuring in June last year, among the highest in the world." Mr. E and Mr. Eng, don't want to call their names, point out that their business in the country goes beyond the public restructuring and that they're not charging a fee for additional work. Oh dear, let us all applaud. $27 million after easy work, and you say you're not charging for additional work. I'm waiting for laughter from the Attorney General, because this is a joke, and he loves to laugh. The pair say they're advising Barbados on several commercial contracts, as well as the restructuring of a number of state-owned enterprises. You know, those state-owned enterprises aren't restructured yet, Your Honor. And this is 2019. 5 years later, Your Honor, sorry for shouting, in your direction.
It should be.
I am.
It ought to be.
That is sincere. I can turn the other way because I got something else to shout about very shortly. You're obsessed, you know. You are obsessed, my friend. But you see this? I'm not departing from it, you know. Not departing. The pair, stay focused. Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael North. Stay the course. He's with me for some reason. A good fella, you know. Good fella. The pair say they are advising Barbados on several commercial contracts as well as the restructuring of a number of state-owned enterprises and the country's regional airline, of which the government is the largest shareholder. We're going to come to Liat soon. Liat has not only been a tragedy, Liat has been a catastrophe. Liat should still be flying across this region. The Caribbean man's bus was halted in flight. Is there uniformity in the skies, or is there chaos in the skies? But that is another discussion for another time. But we lament the loss of Liat, and I know that Owen Seymour Arthur went to his grave lamenting the loss of Liat as the former and last chairman of the Barbados operation of Liat. Let us go back to Ms. Smith. However, few Caribbean debt restructurings have paid out fees in the tens of millions to financial advisors in recent years. These fellas were lucky. Citigroup earned roughly $3 million restructuring Jamaica's $9 billion of defaulted debts in 2013. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Citigroup earned roughly $3 million restructuring Jamaica's $9 billion of defaulted debts in 2013. And here was this rich little city on the hill paying $27 million US. There's an African poet who wrote a poem, "Where are the men seized in this wind of madness?" Where are the men seized in this wind of madness? And in Belize, advisors were paid single-digit millions for the restructuring of more than 525 million of debt in 2017. Paid single-digit, according to people familiar with both deals. You know, as I've said, an editor writes deliberately, and this editor keeps referring to these things as deals. And when you say deal, in preference to saying transaction, you know what you're saying. You know what you wish to convey. The English language is beautiful, and it is subtle. And you can say things without saying them openly. But she calls them deals. And we will take her at her word that they were deals. Mr. E and Mr. Eng stressed that they have experience of complex work in Pakistan and Iceland and unequal credentials in the Caribbean, having advised on restructurings in Belize, Grenada, and St. Kitts and Nevis, among others. Who will argue with them? But they argue that the 1 billion in savings claimed by the Beijing government as a result of the firm's advice should rise to no more than 2 billion over the next 4 years. Let me not prolong the agony for the Barbadian public. You're out 27 million, it's gone. Where it is, we don't know. We don't know. We can't get it back. It's gone. Bills for interest and professional advice are piling up at a time when the Beijing government has had to call on the IMF for a 290 million bailout. The fees to White Oak represent nearly 1/10 of this lifeline. Do we understand, Mr. Speaker, what Ms. Colby-Smith was saying? That we paid 1/10 of a debt due in legal fees. It's not legal, they're not lawyers, in fees. I'm reading the article, Honourable Prime Minister. No, I'm reading the article. I can read. I may not be able to count, but I can read. You better at maths than I am, I better at English than you are. So let us compete. The fees to White Oak represent nearly 1/10 of this lifeline. Nearly 1/10, the article says. No, it was 290. Good lady. Yes. And I'm going to quote, Your Honor, by any metric or rationale, the fee is outsized and unwarranted. The fee is outsized and unwarranted. Do not let them stop you from hearing me, Your Honor. It quotes here, by any metric or rationale, the fee is outsized and unwarranted. Need we say more? The article says more, and therefore we shall read it. Said Mr. Newman of Invesco, and he quotes again, but if someone were to say, hey, I'll pay you 6 times what you normally get paid, would you say no? So here was Mr. Newman, very cynical about this transaction, saying, but well, if somebody, if you go on to buy a hat and they store off your whole suit for the same money, you would refuse it? So we had a very generous government. And 2 gurus that were making loads of money in this one transaction. Lucky Maine. Lucky Maine. Unlucky country. And we are citizens of this unlucky country. Let us press on. The deal is done. The money is wherever it is. And I congratulate its beneficiaries. They are rich, and we are poor. They are happy, and we are unhappy. They are in the midst of bounty, we are suffering. Let us take our suffering like strong people. We have suffered for many years, and we will suffer until the people of this country tell this government that we are willing to suffer no more. I ask the people of this country to come to their own judgment while reading the Financial Times as an authoritative document, as an authoritative article, that this government squandered $27 million needlessly. And I say further, that all reputable economists in this country now are cautioning government against its appetite for borrowing. My sympathy always resides with the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. I believe he is an economist. And I can be persuaded to believe that he's a good economist. And I want one of his constituents to hold him late one night and to ask him privately to satisfy him that it is a private conversation, unrecorded, and that it will be unreported, and to ask the goodly gentleman, Mr. Speaker, how he feels about the state of Barbados' debt to these countries, how he feels about the repeated borrowing. He may not be an advisor, but I believe he will lay claim to being a good economist. I believe he will lay claim to being a good and honorable man, and so are we, all honorable men and women. But his time will come. And when I say that, I am not speaking of ill omens. I'm saying that your time will come, his time will come to speak. And who knows what he will do with me. Your Honor, in this presentation, I want to turn to energy. Our esteemed spokesperson yesterday on energy today, I think, spoke at a breakfast and was making the point that energy is central to this economy, or in this economy. I will say publicly that I feel particularly proud in having taken the decision to ask Barbados' leading voice on utility regulation to sit in the Senate. Even before she ascended to that place, she suffered in here what Marcia Week suffered last night. But there's a word called redemption. And your people in the other place are going to have to deal with her in the other place. Enough said. I am proud of the work that she has done. In 2018, this government announced a move to 100% renewable energy by 2030. I asked this government, where are we with that? We're 6 years away from 2030. This government needs to recognize that energy and energy costs are at the heart of high prices. So when we talk about inflation, the question of the cost of energy, electricity, cannot escape us. What is this government doing about it? I ask these questions of this government in this budget debate, which we all must take seriously. What is the level of cooperation between government and Light and Power? Has Light and Power agreed to that target of 2030? Was the government caught unawares in 2022 when it was announced that the grid had reached capacity? Did the government not know this? And by reaching the capacity, I mean the capacity for solar. Because presumably it took the government by surprise. There were several consumers in this country who were about to install photovoltaic systems. And in the aftermath of that disclosure, we have had to surrender to high electricity bills. And some of us, many of us in this country, don't pay until they see the red letters urgent on the envelope. And that is why I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the future portent of this country is one of suffering. Unless we move on a new trajectory, unless this government rationalizes its relationship with light and power, all of us in this country may find that we reside at the mercy of bills that are too high. Was the government caught unaware in 2022? And if it were so caught, what is this government's present solution? I'm told that there are some new businesses that are still being attached on the grid. Is there a case of discrimination? Is the citizen of this country, are some of the citizens of this country suffering discrimination insofar as they're finding inaccess to that grid? How does the average Barbadian benefit from renewable energy in the present arrangement? I'm an amateur. I'm a layman insofar as engineering is concerned. But my layman's view tells me that if the grid embraces renewable energy, and by definition renewable energy which is cheaper, that all energy bills should be lower. But I'm a layman and I'm an amateur and I don't know the answer. But I invite this government, given its authority, to tell the public of Barbados whether it can guarantee to that public lower electricity bills. And in an estimates debate some time ago, I asked the then minister the same question. Can you guarantee lower bills to customers, to consumers? And he is not without much craft and intelligence. And he paused and he thought, and then he said, that is our intention. He did not say yes, he did not say no. He is too clever to commit himself. He said, that is our intention, but he's no longer Minister of Energy. He is in the skies, flying high, drinking champagne on private jets. So why worry about energy? The next question I ask, has any consideration been given to community solar farms? I suspect the government has thought of these things. What are the plans for storage? I think I heard something about storage in here yesterday, and it was to my great relief. And 9 is a difficult question, mired as we are in rate hearings. Where are Barbadians in relation to renewable energy generally? Where are we? Are we benefiting at all? Should we go ahead and install? Should we spend our hard-earned monies? Just 2 days ago, I heard of some persons who are installing the panels and feeding the energy into the fridge. It has become as chaotic as that. The Barbadian consumer is not without some creativity. But we don't need that chaotic, creative effort. When a government is well positioned in its relationship with light and power to answer these questions to the benefit of the consumer. And the other question I ask, why did government amend the Utilities Regulation Act to give the minister greater power in relation to applications that come to the Fair Trading Commission? The public is now aware that there are some companies, utility companies, that are regulated by the Fair Trading Commission and they cannot raise prices indiscriminately. If they want an increase, they must go to that Fair Trading Commission. I want to charge this government. I'm not going to be subtle with my language now. I am charging this government for giving ministerial power that favors utility companies. That is what I'm saying, and I'm not saying it as a bald political statement. I am saying it based on the evidence. Based on the evidence contained in the amendment which came to this Parliament last December, when I was again courageous enough to challenge the government. Y'all surprised I left? I hear y'all complaining, oh, you ain't tell me nothing. Ralphie gone and they say a word. Y'all weren't listening to my speeches? Honourable member for St. Thomas, she wasn't listening to my speeches. I didn't used to be here. So I was talking through the window. Controller, sir. But I miss you, Honourable member for St. Thomas. Beg your pardon? The Utilities Regulation Act used to control ministerial intervention. It used to be the law that if the minister thought that the market was effectively competitive, in other words, classic case of the telephone service providers. If you have 2 or 3 companies, they're competing against each other, we all benefit as consumers. One brings down his price, the other brings down his price. That is what competition does. So in that event, a minister may say, well, the market is already competitive. No need to go to the Fair Trading Commission and humbug the people. But this government, in its wisdom, came to the people of Barbados through this Parliament last year and amended that legislation. Having done it previously in 2019, they did it again. And say that the minister has discretion to stop an application to the Fair Trading Commission if he believes that it is, and I quote, in the public interest. So he is given the power, Your Honor, to determine what is public interest. I say that is a device to deprive the consumers of this country, a legislative device to deprive the consumers of this country of fair access to the Fair Trading Commission in controlling pricing in the utilities market. That is my view. And it is not a view that is held arbitrarily. I base that view on the evidence. Your Honor, those are my dissertations on energy. I want to come to agriculture. And I want to accuse the government of misleading the people of this country as to the state of agriculture. I want to do that, not because I am naturally predisposed to attacking the government, but because what I'm going to say is the truth. Like the sugar sector, the non-sugar sector continues to struggle under the weight of an uncaring government. This year, there's a prediction that drought conditions may affect the sector. In the past, farmers were provided with incentives and assistance to offset the impact of the water shortage. Support with tanks, guttering, pumps were provided to increase the water harvesting capacity. What has this government done lately for the farmer? I'm trying to remember the name of the singer. Is what have you done for me lately? The farmer says to the government, what have you done for me lately? I get in a road paved in Thornbury Hill with the help of the Honourable Prime Minister. Farmers have been expressing surprise at the claim that there were increases in production of non-sugar crops and produce. They are saying that there have been shortages of chickens and eggs, of sweet potatoes and yams. In fact, across the vegetable and farming sectors, farmers have been struggling. The farmers are asking, where is the minister? I am no agriculturalist. I don't pretend to be omniscient. When I want to know something, I go a place where I can learn. And I was at AgriFest recently. Didn't see the Honourable member for St. Philip South there, but I'm going to tell him what we learned having attended. People who lost, beg your pardon? You back on this president thing? Ask him for a form. Ask him for a form. I will rescue you from your plight. Sugar farmers, I learned this, when they incurred a loss, they would recoup that loss by the planting of onions. Are you tired, sir?
I sit here 6 and 7 hours, my friend. I remember, I'm accustomed to this.
You're accustomed to this.
Very much so.
So that onions were a major cash crop. I asked this government through you, sir, what's the position with onions? We've heard of the much vaunted FEED, and it is such a beautiful acronym, FEED, FWD, FEED program. But the sad news is that it has not met its objectives, since less than 25% of land-owning farmers are in production. That is at the heart of the crisis in agriculture in this country. So when we hear these beautiful figures, these impressive figures, the reality is that the landowners, the majority of landowners are not participating in agriculture. What say you, government? What say you, minister? What is your plan? Where is your energy? The promise to repair the pump at Montpoy in St. Lucie. It's been done. Beg your pardon? Farmers are predicting, Your Honor, that this year will be the worst onion crop ever. And the poor Prime Minister back to spending foreign exchange. Across all abattoirs, the numbers are down, Your Honor, in the hearing of the Prime Minister. Talk to your Minister of Agriculture and ask him what is the truth. And what is the true state of agriculture in this country? What is the situation with cotton? where this minister boasted that he intends to put 2,000 acres of land into cotton. The people of this country will close their ears so that they won't hear the embarrassment that this minister will suffer when I say to you, Your Honor, that from a boast of 2,000 acres, 4 acres, 4 acres, government, 4 acres, government, are under cotton cultivation. The Honourable Member for St. Lucie stares in utter disbelief. It is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I have no business down there. I have no business down there. But if I'm called upon, what are your plans? What are the minister's plans to get us to this 2,000 acres? I'm finished talking to him. I'm addressing you, sir. What are that minister's plans, that honourable member? What are his plans to move from 4 to 2,000? Keep your eyes on the Prime Minister. She's upset. A word to the wise. She's upset with you. She's embarrassed. Now, the member for Christchurch East, the honourable member for Christchurch East, he is so fascinated on this black belly thing. He finds this such a fascinating subject that whenever the mention of the Black Belly Guyana project is mentioned, it tickles him. I don't know if it tickles his belly, but he finds it such a fascinating subject that this government took up over 500 of the poor people's sheep and send them in the water down there for the hooves to rot. And poor Mr. McLean has now to go down there and find out how many have died. It's a serious matter. Through you, sir, to the honourable member for Christchurch East, it's a serious matter. Those sheep were living well in Barbados. They were living well. I know it fascinates you. I know it tickles your belly about those black belly sheep. And it makes you smile. You're laughing at me? All right. All right. How much the government paid the owners of those sheep for each one? Through you, sir. They took up the people's sheep. Some were snatched in the night. And condemned the poor sheep to waterlogged conditions. And rather than Mr. McLean make a telephone call to Guyana, the Ministry of Agriculture is taking up money to send him down there on an expensive flight to count dead sheep. What was it all about, though? And he said in here, the estimates, the minister said he's sending down 240 more. What is this all about? What is this sheep project about? We don't have the land space. And then the minister says in here during the estimates that the idea is to slaughter the sheep down there and bring back the meat here. Your Honor, do you eat mutton? You want mutton from Guyana, sir? It will add to the cost, my friends. To slaughter a black belly sheep in Guyana and bring it back to Barbados instead of slaughtering it at one of the abattoirs here will add to the cost. What is this project about? Is it a real project? Or is it a mask for something else? Is it a show? Is it a show of cooperation between the new governments of Barbados and the new government of Guyana? Is it symbolic? Is it window dressing? I just see sheepish smiles. I just see sheepish smiles. What is it about? What I can tell you is that previously, the semen of black belly sheep used to be sold as a very lucrative industry. And perhaps when the next reshuffle comes, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East will become the Minister of Agriculture. And he will be familiar with these old practices, that money used to be made without exporting the people's sheep, without snatching the people's sheep in the middle of the night to take them on a flight to Guyana. And I say that when sheep are exported, the gene pool diminishes. But with the semen, you can control and maintain your industry. Through you, sir, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, I regret to say that I have left the subject of sheep. And to say that the farmers in the land lease project are suffering and they cannot get water support. This caring government what has happened to the $2 million promised to the Barbados Agricultural Society? Is it nothing to this government? They're not anybody. This money allows farmers to draw from a revolving fund easing cash flow problems and is repaid through marketing of pigs and other produce. The people have a system. Please, government, help the people. They got to keep the pigs in Haymans to get help. The local pork industry is in trouble and needs help. We in Barbados are now importing pork from Suriname. Y'all didn't know this, did you, Honourable Mr. Speaker? They didn't know this. We are now importing pork from Suriname. That is the consequence of our failings in agriculture. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, the member for St. Philip South, told the people of this country that pig production has increased. The opposite is true. Pig production is down. Used to be 35,000 a year, it's down to 30,000 a year. Those are statistics that are not difficult.
I remember. Continue.
I think he wants me to drink some water. And you can be assured this is water, sir. I have never wrestled with him. But he's angry. And I apologize for having hurt his feelings on the issue of pigs. But I will say, through you, sir, to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, that the neglect to non-sugar agriculture does not end there. The veterinary lab is capable of doing the much needed testing. And I ask the question, when will the government ensure that the lab gets equipment to ensure quality products are being sold? It is difficult to meet export standards using the lab in its present condition. Please ask your beloved Prime Minister to give some more financial assistance. Fire 2 consultants from the Prime Minister's office and meet that expense. The minister has been promising, but I don't believe there's any legislation forthcoming in relation to phytosanitary standards. Is it? You can laugh me out of court if you wish, if I'm wrong. I'm not omniscient. But let the laughter cease when I tell you about water rates through you, sir. That the farmers need help with water rates. Many a young farmer is suffering because water is too expensive. I can't find any sophisticated language to say, do something for the farmers of this country. The infamous, I beg your pardon, price compact that was to reduce the cost of living was a short-term and short-sighted initiative. Certainly in relation to chicken production. By forcing a lower price regime on the small producers, it forced many of them to fall out of the market, leaving only a few growers. Now permission has been given to one producer to build 2 new pens, making the survival of the small chicken growers almost impossible. These things happen. Monopolies emerge, and when monopolies emerge, you know who suffers. You know who's marginalized. You know who's destroyed. You know who's dispossessed. You know who falls off the edge. Small farmers. Could you imagine we're living in a country with a mono industry, largely speaking, tourism. And we are not supporting our farmers adequately. We are not supporting our farmers. Output in non-sugar agriculture is down in excess of 30%. Yes, through you, sir, Minister. Yes. And you will have a chance to reject that. I am not omniscient, but that is a charge I'm making here today. Then there's the question of chicken wings. I'm not going to bore the country on this matter much longer. But opening up protected markets is killing the pork and chicken industry, the local pork and chicken industry. As large interests outside Barbados are now dominating and controlling food distribution in Barbados. Food security is national security. And since local production is under threat, food security and national security are also under threat. And when I said earlier that this country is in trouble, it is not poetic, it is realistic. Protect the farmers of this country. Agriculture is not healthy. Government continues to ignore agriculture. And again, and for the last time, I am asking for incentives to be given to farmers in this country. I come to tourism. I said earlier in this speech about government's plan to populate the Carlisle Bay stretch, and we were told from Needham's down to the harbor. This country wants a report card. This country wants a report card. 6 years later, we want a report card. Where are the hotels? Where's the industry? I can tell you where's the industry, and I can tell you what is the successful portion of that industry. Savvy on the Bay. Through you, sir, Honourable Prime Minister. Savvy on the Bay is one of the success stories of that Bay Street stretch. And I say to this government, through you, sir, that Savvy on the Bay at this very minute while I'm on my feet speaking in this parliament, that Savvy on the beach is in peril. Their existence is perilous. He don't know. He does not know. You want me to bring that tale out to school? The Prime Minister turned and asked him, Dale, how it coming? I beg your pardon. This, you know. You must have those conversations in the back. Don't come out here and have them. The Honourable Prime Minister turned to the AG, how it coming? It's the same place the amendment to the Sexual Offences Act is. This gentleman, through you, sir, the Honourable Attorney General was supposed to amend the Sexual Offences Act months ago at the suggestion of the court. You practice in the criminal court, sir. Please ask him. Please ask. Beg your pardon? So that the one enterprise that is doing well on robots, they're not doing well up there at all. The one enterprise that is doing well along the Bay Street corridor is in peril of this government. And I read in the budget speech that was delivered yesterday, once again, Hyatt will be built. I heard it last year. I heard it in 22. I heard it in 21. I heard it in 20. Of course, before the government change, one moralist opposed it on the ground that he wanted to commune at his father's graveside. And the shadow cast by the Hyatt would prevent him from so properly communing with his father's spirit as the body lay in a grave at Bethel Methodist Church. But after the 2018 election, he has ceased his protestations against the construction of Hyatt. Partisan politics is such a beautiful thing. And it does make for strange bedfellows, I think they say. That his act of communing with his father's graveside is no longer a matter of priority. And presumably now, he also favors the construction of Hyatt. But blood is thicker than water. And his protestations have turned to approbation of that project. But where's the lady whose land was confiscated? Has she been paid? The government of this country came to this parliament and used the Compulsory Land Acquisition Act to take up, I'm not going to call her name, to take up the lady's land to build the Hyatt. Today, there's a man out there cutting the grass to keep the site tidy. Not one of the 18 stories have been constructed. But again, it appears in the Honourable Prime Minister's budget presentation yesterday that once again Hyatt will be built. So we have built Hyatt, this government has built Hyatt 4 times. I don't chase ambulances. But if I were her lawyer, and I hope she does not come to me because I don't advertise, I would hustle this government into court. On a constitutional motion, AG, for deprivation of her property. Has she been paid? You got to pay the lady or give her back her land. Oh, she has a good lawyer. She has a good lawyer. She doesn't need this. She doesn't need me or the speaker.
I remember, don't mention my name when these things. Not at all. Not at all. Speak on your own behalf, my friend.
Yes.
Honourable, speak on your own
Yes.
behalf. You can't speak on mine.
She right to put you in court. But, I repeat, savvy on the bay. A success story that gentleman has developed, just as he did, just as Haman's was done. I believe there's small investors at Haman's. I believe there's small investors. I'm here, Prime Minister, I'm hearing, you know. I'm hearing, I am speaking, but he's dropping on you. Oh, let's say it to me now. I'm frightened, you know. Frightened. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. You worried about them. They're very happy. And in a couple of years, they're going to be more happy than you planned for them to be. But the plan had been for a stretch of hotels along that Bay Street, through town by the Pierhead, hearing about the Pierhead project. Again, I defer to the government. Barbadians are not seeing these developments. We keep hearing about them. We keep hearing about them. Please, government, please attend to these matters for the sake of tourism. I haven't come to rehash the figures in tourism that Barbados has become so expensive. I haven't come to complain necessarily. The complaints have been made about the $70 US tax that is paid by visitors. I'm told that. I haven't come to complain about that. What I want to complain about, though, is this government's propensity to put other people ahead of Barbadians. I said this in here before, and I don't mind saying it again. I said it last time when I was sitting, and I'm standing today. At 58 years after independence, we can't find anybody from the Caribbean to run our premier industry. That we go all the way around the globe and bring a gentleman here claiming that he is Superman. He gone. I knew you would have chased him out. As I said earlier, he tried his best to say nothing to Barbadians and he succeeded. The man came here and never made a speech. And I don't want to disparage him, but to say that he used his time here and used up our hard-earned dollars and salary while gaining postgraduate qualifications, that is said. I'm not bringing any tales out of school. The man used us. And the people of this country remember what this country was told, that he's Superman. Wasn't the Honourable member for St. James Central? He wasn't in the seat then. A lady minister told us, oh, this is Superman. He was headhunted. And if Christ doesn't come, he will. He left late one night quietly and achieved nothing. in tourism. Please, government, through you, sir, let us consider that this country produced the Garfield Sobers. And they're unveiling a statue next week to Sir Charles Griffith. And they have one to Sir Wesley Hall. And I hope Seymour MacDonald Nurse will follow soon. I ain't getting one. Good dear. But the point is, this country has produced excellence. And I defy the honourable member, through you, sir, for St. Michael Southeast, for saying it here last week that we must be on a hunt for the best minds and the best people. We have them here. Sir Garfield was an example and a symbol of the excellence of which this country is capable. Not only on the cricket fields, cricket was a metaphor for our abilities and our capacities to produce the greatest in the world. And these futile searches that are conducted all over the globe, looking for these super people, when we have super people right here, 1966, honourable member, through you, sir. The greatest cricket that was ever played by a human being in the history of Test cricket was played in 1966 in the summer in England. And it was a Barbadian from Bayland, a boy who traversed that village with bare feet and humility in his heart. And he bestrode the cricketing world like a colossus, while the others, like Petty Main, scampered between his legs trying to find themselves dishonorable cricket graves. Indeed. I have two classic scholars across from me, and I was saying that for them, honourable member. No, I was saying it in your hearing, but it's for them. Let them tutor you. So that when these hunts are made in England and South Africa and Hong Kong, we have excellence here in this country. And these expeditions in self-negation must end. Quickly, sir, I want to come to international business. The international business sector is in sharp and dramatic decline. It brings in hard cash, foreign cash to this country. And the Honourable Prime Minister is looking in the direction of the Attorney General again. To save me. I'm grateful. But the international business sector needs attention. The sector previously contributed up to 64% of total corporation tax collected, plus adding high-paying jobs to our young people. I used to feel so proud when a young lawyer disappeared from the bar and a young accountant disappeared from the firm or the small firm at which he was working, and then I'd hear they're in the IB sector, the international business sector, well paid, well protected, well rewarded, and lots of prestige. And the sun seems to be setting on the international business sector, while Cayman and Tortola continue to thrive. And in case this government does not know it, we're losing some of our young professionals to those countries because the sector here is dying. And they have gone off into those countries seeking their professional salvation. There are treaties, I suppose, that must be signed from time to time. I am not omniscient. I have a right to be wrong, so I will not disturb the government's efforts on the details of the treaties and so on. But while the Attorney General came in here a few weeks ago boasting that Barbados had received afresh its positive designation, still the industry is dying. And he may want to account for the cabinet for an industry that is dying under his charge. Small business. Government's attitude to small business seems patronizing. I want to say that a loan of $5,000 in inflationary circumstances is not a lot of money. There are very few businesses that can thrive on a $5,000 capitalization. And either the government takes small business seriously and increases the loan amount, or we will agree that it becomes a slush fund and that it will not be taken seriously by anyone, including the government. And it certainly will not be taken seriously by any business associates of the person who borrows that money. But of course, I go back to the theme I visited earlier, that our young graduates in business now live in a country in which they're told by ministers in high places, we have to look for the best minds and the best people. That is a most unfortunate statement uttered in the hearing of a proud Barbadian population. I turn to social policy. And social policy, Your Honor, involves matters of education, work, and health and well-being. And a government always has an obligation to address social needs such as employment, education, healthcare, housing, and sustenance. I come back to the allocation made to the Prime Minister's office. Barbadians need to know this, that there's legislation before this House the Appropriation Act 2024. Bear with me, sir. I'm going to read these figures. In Barbados, we know that it is traditional and historic. It's a historic mandate that education always gets the largest chunk. And it always gets the largest chunk, as I said earlier, because education has been at the heart of justice and democracy in this country. It is not an accident. And education bear with me, sir. I'll find it. Number 87, education. The appropriation is for the sum of $417,315,778. $417 million will be allocated to the Ministry of Education in the year 2024-25. Again, that is in keeping with that historical mandate to continue to educate the young people of this country, not for the sake of their vanity, but for the sake of social elevation of an entire country, upliftment of an entire country. Education uplifts individually, but it is the collective upliftment of a country that is more important. And that is why we have lived in a democratic tradition in which education has received, I hate cliches, but the lion's share. Coming second has always been health, because health is important. I heard Prime Minister say yesterday that if a country is not healthy, it doesn't exist. I heard that. It is nothing. And that is why the Ministry of Health and Wellness gets $236 million. Brace yourselves, Barbados. Brace yourselves, Barbados. The third highest allocation in this appropriation bill is going to the Prime Minister's office. $188 million allocated to the office of the Prime Minister. $188 million. And we sent home people last year. Please forgive me for shouting, but I wanted my voice to reach those people. That while the Prime Minister's office is allocated the sum of $188 million in one financial year, we are sending home people in this country. We are telling them they're not worthy to grace the fields of our employment. What are their children doing tonight? Every one of us in here has represented them. I repeat what I said last year when the government offered to me to submit names of those people for employment. $500 a week. $500 a week. Honourable Mr. Speaker, to St. Thomas through you. And we sent them home. That is why I quarreled in here last year with y'all. Y'all didn't know I was leaving. Y'all didn't know. You did not care. I have no doubt you didn't care. So if you don't care about me, why stay around you? Why stay around you? You sent home the poor people. You told them that $500 a week is not good enough for them. But you can put $188 million in the Prime Minister's office. Ask, Mr. Speaker, I want to know tonight where that $188 million is going. Where is it being spent? You thought I could read? No, I want you to tell the poor people of this country. Yes, the Honourable Member. No, I want it to come from the mouth of the Prime Minister. You will get a chance. You don't shout me down. Y'all will get a chance. All of you. All of you. All of you. Don't come at me like this. I am not alone. In fact, I am alone out here, but I'm not lonely. I am alone, but I'm not lonely, Honourable Member. But while you become disquieted, I will disquiet you yet a little more. That 67 people were taken to Dubai on a climate change conference by this government. You're writing again? Pick up your pen. You're writing their names. Who are there? What glad tidings did they bring back from Dubai? Funded by the taxpayers' money through the Prime Minister's office, no doubt. While poor people in this country can't get $500 a week in a little job cleaning the roads of this country, cleaning the grass pieces of this country. And y'all sent them home. Sent them home and tell me that you care? You belong to the class of the indifferent. You don't care about them. And you surprised that I gone? And you tell me that you didn't care nothing about me? Yes, yes, yes. Judas, you call me? You did not care. $188 million. Prime Minister visited in here yesterday. Prime Minister visited this debate yesterday. I'm not going to oppress her any longer. I just want her to tell the people of this country what the Prime Minister's office is doing with $188 million every year, when a portion of that $188 million can safely employ the people who were sent home, and more will be left over. Are these trips so important? Yes, I'm for real, member. I am for real. Don't let me talk out your business. Don't let me talk out your business. All right. Don't let me talk it out. Bring back the people to work. And you will still have some money for the trips. And you will still have your consultants. I have no doubt that there are honourable members in this place who want them re-employed. Give yourselves a chance. Speak to the Prime Minister during cabinet meetings. Now, have some courage. Say something sometimes. Going there and say, Prime Minister, I want back those jobs for my people. Prime Minister, I want you to stop traveling so much. Prime Minister, I want you to fire some of those consultants who could get a job easily. And if anybody thinks that I'm being unreasonable, let the public know that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, in case anybody's thinking, well, we don't know what that gentleman is talking about. There's a separate allocation for the Ministry of Finance in the sum of $185 million over the financial year April 1st to March 31st next year. So there's no doubt in the figures. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West has the book and he wants to disclose the figures. Well, let him disclose them. Let him disclose them and let him disclose the details. But this is a government of consultancy. And where's this country? How are we better for a regime of consultancy? Is this government incompetent? The people of this country knows that there's a consultant called something like protocol to the cabinet. Her role is to teach manners, the cabinet members. I heard that there was somebody consulting on protocol. These nonsense jobs. And a poor man from Crab Hill can't get a little $500 a week. Or a poor lady from Prout or Welchman Hall can't get a job, or one from Bank Hall. Any other protests? Any others? Well, we will stay with Crab Hill and Prout for the time being. Your people can't get jobs because the Prime Minister's office is overspending on itself, and overspending on consultants, and overspending on overseas travel. Yes. Yes. It troubles you. Does it trouble you? Well, if it troubles you, say something to the Prime Minister. Don't leave it to me. Don't leave it to me. You're cross-talking, you know. You're cross-talking. And I can take you on. I am going to take you on. Justify this to the people of Barbados. Tell the people of Barbados that the people you sent home, tell them that there's enough money circulating in government coffers to employ them. And you belong to a government, all of you, that is sacrificing poor people in this country for an expensive lifestyle. I say that without fear. Without fear. Do the calculations, $500 a week for 3,000 people. Tell me if that comes to $188 million in one calendar year. It does not. Money will be left over. You could get a commercial flight to London or New York, not on a private jet. You start me. You start me. A private jet. The people in St. Thomas don't know. The people in St. Lucie don't know that a private jet is flying high, and that the cost of a private jet far exceed those of commercial airlines with first-class cabins. Not good enough for the members of this government, who y'all are? Super people? Super people? And keeping our poor people out of work? And exposing our citizens to crime? Some crime is committed. A man steals food. There's no malice aforethought. He's hungry. He's hungry. Is this government so indifferent to the plight of people that these luxurious lifestyles mean so much in the short time that this government has left? You're surprised to hear that. Your reality may be what you think. There's an objective reality, and it will visit you, and I hope when it visits you, you will remain mentally stable. I want to read some other ministries here. Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, $104 million. $104 million. And the Barbados Labour Party is a socialist party. Have you left your moorings? Have you left your philosophical moorings? Have you abandoned the principles of democratic socialism? Have you embraced the concept of the autocracy? Have you? Are you indifferent to the plight of the poor? And when I talk about the poor, I'm not talking about some small set of people. A lot of people in this country are poor. We used to talk, the sociologists will tell you about the lower, the middle, and the upper middle in terms of class. And the sociologists will tell you that class is a combination of economics and social status. And that a lot of people who used to be middle, and lower middle have slipped. It has become a cliche, one pay back to another. That's how the people in this country are living. And it seems to me as if the ministry that deals with welfare is getting less money than the Prime Minister's office, and we are supposed to be afraid? Afraid of injustice? Afraid of wrongdoing? I have a historical mandate to see that the people in this country have a voice in here, and I will not resign from it. I don't care who it comes from. Your Honor, it is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong to give $188 million to the Prime Minister's office and give $104 million to a department that is dealing with welfare checks. A department that is paying rent for a woman who has 2 children and no father present in their lives. A woman who has 3 children going to school after eating something called ramen. If the economy is so buoyant, if the place is a buzz, to use the language that the Prime Minister used yesterday, show the poor people of this country, show the middle class people of this country how buoyant this economy is, how a buzz it is. But clearly, for some it is buoyant. For some it is buoyant. It is so buoyant that one ministry gets $188 million to luxuriate in the skies, while in the trenches of Barbados, the poor are languishing. That is the reality in this country. And we say we care. And you say you are a democratic socialist party. And the mandate of a democratic socialist party is to involve the state in critical areas of life, health and education, and welfare and housing. That is a democratic socialist party. Please talk to them. Please talk to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I say through you, I appeal to the members of this cabinet. Some Thursday not too far from now, have the courage to tell the Prime Minister she's wrong. Have the courage to tell the Prime Minister of this country that the poor people have rights, and that if your economy has grown 11 consecutive quarters, there must be some reserve. There must be some financial reserve for the people in Britain's Hill, and the people in the Pine, and the people in Crab Hill who can't find work. The voices have gone still. The voices have gone still. Yes, I lost some too. I lost some too. When you all gave them the job, I was so pleased. I turned up with a smile. I was so happy. And when you all took away the jobs, I was so ashamed. I confess to my shame and embarrassment and sense of loss when those people could not be listed among the fortunate, when those people could not find their names listed on government paper, which gave them $500 a week. And it was not enough, but it was something, and they were grateful. And every 3 days, a private jet lists from Grantley Adams on some expensive excursion, presumably or purportedly in the interest of the people of this country. What glad tidings has this country received from these excursions? What have these expeditions yielded to the people of this country? Name one. And that is why we are celebrating Haman's local investment, because we have not attracted foreign investment. What has it yielded? Has it yielded an enhanced international reputation? And I congratulate the Prime Minister through you, sir. Sobers, 1966. I can't call the Prime Minister's name in here, but the Prime Minister scored some good runs in the last few years in the international fora. She introduced Bob Marley to the world of Philistines. That's the Honourable Member for St. Andrew. He's not crying, he's coughing. He's coughing, not crying. He gets on cry. So that we all gather at the Prime Minister's feet and congratulate her for an enhanced international reputation, but it has come at the expense of the taxpayers of this country. And it has come at the expense of poor people who can't get enough money from the welfare department. And it has come at the expense of the worker who was sent home after being paid $500 a week. And excluded from that pay was a national insurance payment. Why must suffering only belong to the poor? Why? And why, when the poor can be elevated from their suffering, why does this compassionate and caring government refuse to do it? We have a voice in here now. I was driving up Ford's Road this morning, and a man shouted into my car, he in one direction and in the next. He said, boy, you got to come good this evening. I know what he meant. I may well have disappointed him. I don't know if I disappointed him, but I want to speak on behalf of the dispossessed, the disrespected, the disadvantaged. Why you don't stop talking? What are you calling for? You're moving about in your chair. Relax, Honourable Member for St. Thomas. Relax. You and I love poor people. You and I are together on this. Your people lost jobs, my people lost jobs. Why you don't stop quarreling with me? Quarrel with the Honourable Prime Minister. Or they don't allow you at the Thursday meeting. Oh, you got sent home. Sorry about that. I think I've made the point. And Honourable Prime Minister, through you, sir, I appeal to the office to cut that budget in half. 90 million is still too much. 90 million is still too much. 90 million over 12 months. Do the maths. Calculate it. Who the Minister of Housing are coming for him just now? Coming for you just now, Skipper. Yeah, come in for you. Relax yourself or go outside. Nobody don't run from me, okay. I had housing low dog and bring it up for you now. I'll bring in housing up for you. Thank you. A group of people went to the Rihanna dinner in New York a few years ago. The people in Crab Hill don't know that the airfare was $120,000. A few people went to the Rihanna dinner in New York a few years ago. The people in Crab Hill and Ford's Road and Silver Sands and Belle Plaine and the Ivy don't know that that bill was $120,000 in airfare alone. I haven't talked about the per diem. Anybody wants to leave? You're staying? You're tired? Well, you had 4 hours and 22 minutes yesterday. I only had an hour and a half. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, I have decided to raise my voice, Mr. Speaker, because I want you to stop hearing the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. So if I have to raise my voice so that you would stop hearing her, I'm going to do it. I'm not being discourteous. But 67 people went to Dubai. And I want some people to start trembling if I disclose the bill for the Dubai expedition, the Dubai excursion. People of Barbados, honourable colleagues, and so are we all, honourable men and women. How many of you were there? When I was growing up, my old lady had a plaque in the house. The Book of Life. Is my name written there? Is my name written there? Well, I ask y'all, the Book of Dubai, was your name written there? How many of you were on that excursion? How many of you went? What did you bring back apart from toys? What glad tidings do you have to show to the people of Barbados? 67 of you. What a marvelous time this government is having at the expense of the people of Barbados. And y'all sitting down here thinking that you're popular because you can go to a fair and dance, and the people are fascinated that y'all can dance, and you think that is popularity. I began on the theme. That is your reality. Your reality is that you are happy. You think you are happy. And you think the people in this country are happy. They're not happy. Ma'am, they're not happy. Sir, they are not happy. I threatened a nervous government to disclose the bill for the 67 that went to Dubai. I threatened. But I am being pulled back by decency. I don't want to disclose people's personal business. I don't want to say who was among the 67. I don't want to say what great fun they had. I don't even want to say how much the trip costs. I don't even want to say, well, what I will say is that that trip alone put several hundred Barbadians out of itinerant labor. That this government could have given more than 67 people itinerant labor. But this government chose an excursion. And y'all think that y'all are so popular. And the Honourable Member for St. Thomas laughs. You probably are popular because you about to depart from the place. Coming back, this is part of the budget, ma'am. This is part of the budget, sir. This is part of the budget. You're quarreling with me. You're cursing me. I can take it.
I remember you ought to be addressed. Don't be
Please,
sidetracked with
Controller.
Honourable St. Thomas.
Please, Controller. She's hurt. Her feelings are hurt.
Honourable, don't be distracted. Don't
Right,
allow her to get under your skin, sir.
right.
Please.
67 to Dubai. I now turn to the honourable members for Christchurch West and St. James Central again. Give me men about me who are fat, sleek-headed men and such as sleep on nights. Those were the persons on that flight. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. There's a TV audience. Give me men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men and such as sleep on nights. That's the quality of person who went to Dubai. Don't find that as your relief. Don't make that your relief. You must give account to the people of Barbados for your excesses. 188 million. I don't want the people of Barbados to forget that figure. I want the people of Barbados tonight to go to sleep with that figure in their head. That the Prime Minister's office, for the first time in the history of this country, first time in the history of this country, is spending $188 million in the manner in which it is spending it. And it is separate from the allocation that is made to the Ministry of Finance. And the Honourable Prime Minister is the Minister of Finance as well. So don't confuse it. Don't confuse it. Government social policy. Government social policy. Don't worry, don't get disquieted. Government social policy. Is the government now denying that just about every 8 days there are trips out of this country? Is the government denying that several of those trips are done by private jet? Is the government denying that? How dare the government attempt to deny that? I come to education as part of government social policy. And I have spoken at length about government's plans in relation to the common entrance. And I have mounted resistance against it. And I am not so egoistical as to think that it had anything to do with my protests. But I know it had a lot to do with the protests of the people of this country, who decided that they remained emotionally and mentally and psychologically invested in the 11 plus as the fairest system They recognize that it has produced some casualties. But they also say to the government that the problem is not as much that of the exam itself, but that the problem relates to the curriculum in the primary schools and problems in the primary schools. That if a chap cannot cross the barrier of the 11 plus, clearly has a problem in the primary school. And government must deal with that. But a greater concern in relation to education, well, not a greater concern, but there are other concerns that seem to afflict this ministry. I thought transferring a principal was going to be something simple. I want to be charitable to the Ministry of Education and assume that the problems are following the ministry. I want to assume that to use the Bajan word, the ministry is blighted. That something as simple as transferring principals from one school to another is done the Sunday night before the Monday of the start of the term. And that one man has to move from St. Philip to a school in St. Peter. And he gets that news 6 hours before the school opens, when he should be in his bed preparing to go back to his school. Simple issues. And I've said in a very public place before, that the problems, the environmental problems at schools, should not be amplified into the kinds of problems that we describe them. If a school needs cleaning, clean it. If a school needs cleaning, clean it. I don't expect a minister to go and clean it, but I expect a minister to run the ministry. And these little problems that keep creeping up in education. And if I'm to be charitable to the ministry and to the minister, perhaps the press may be paying the ministry and the minister a little more attention than they pay others. That if the press did not cover these issues, and if the press did not make as big an issue of these matters, perhaps people would say, well, those who found out, well, it's a problem, the child had to stay at home, they have to clean the school. But I've said elsewhere, and I'll say it here as well, that the environmental issues are not as urgent as the other issues in schools. The psychological issues, the cultural issues, the issues of violence, the issues of low self-esteem, the issues of low achievement, the issues of low motivation, the issues of hunger in the school, poverty again, government's misallocation of its resources, contributing to these problems in these schools. Those are the real problems. And a teacher's job, faced with these manifest problems, cannot be an easy job. And I ask the minister through you, sir, through you, to get a handle on the many problems that confront children within the educational system. I know the minister expects me to speak in heavy criticism on violence, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Because I believe that the problem of violence in schools obviously is imported into the school. From somewhere, home, somewhere. The school then becomes the repository of a social problem. And I wouldn't burden the minister with heavy criticism in relation to violence in schools. But I will say this, that what happened at Springer Memorial must never happen again in any school. Why did they choose Springer Memorial? Why was Springer Memorial stereotyped? for natural victimhood, for the status of victimhood, not victimization, victimhood. Why are the girls at Springer seen naturally as victims? And why were they ambushed in a simulation? Simulations don't ambush people. Simulations are communicated to the actor victim and to the actor perpetrator. And what happened there must never be allowed to happen again. And my view is that the problem was one of stereotyping. And the public knew this. The public knew that that would not have happened at other schools. But Springer was chosen. And that has been a tragic day in the life of that great school. A school that has had such high achievement, not only in athletics, but in academia. Anybody knows that Springer has now a sixth form? Anybody knows now that when I was at school, not Springer, the prestige schools were the schools with sixth forms? And I did not know why for many years successive ministers of education never saw it fit to give to certain schools the prestige of a sixth form, so that at the end of fifth form, a girl or a boy had to be scrambling between community college or one of the sixth form schools. It was not fair. And whoever made that decision, it was a great decision. And that person deserves congratulations. For too long, St. Michael's Foundation, which used to have a sixth form school before, Alexandra, Coleridge Parry, for too long these schools were burdened with a reputation of being less prestigious than the other schools. And they had children just as bright. But please, please, please fix the problems in education. And where a problem can be fixed, please fix it. I know it is expected that I will speak on the IDB survey. Again, that has been a blot. That has been a blot not only on the ministry, but on this country. I don't even wish to repeat it. But it has been a blot on the history of this country when innocent little children were subjected to unconstitutionality, the invasion of their privacy with foolishness. That's the only charitable term that I can use. Foolishness! Confronting innocent little children. So that perhaps I will close that chapter by yet offering some sympathy for the Ministry of Education, except to say that if the problems require strong leadership, and if strong leadership is not present, do something. And if the Ministry of Education is one of those ministries that is hiring its leaders on contract in the public service, you're giving people 3-year contracts in the public service and it is demoralizing the career civil servants. That is a fact. A person spends 25, 30 years pursuing a career, and like everybody else, they want to reach the top. And you come and supplant somebody on their head and give them a 3-year contract and expect the people working beneath them to work at their optimal capacity. They can't. That is causing major disruption in the public service. And I suspect, I have the liberty to say it here, I suspect, I may be wrong, I have the right to be wrong, but I suspect the Ministry of Education, and I would not be surprised if the Ministry of Education is a casualty of the problem of supplanting contractual leadership on the ministry. I suspect so. And if I'm wrong, I would be happy to be wrong. Health and the Environment. The Minister of Health came in here a couple days ago and boasted that when he was a medical doctor at the hospital, that it was a better place. And he promised that he is going to make it a better place. And I come back to this question. I heard the C2SAB expressing their view. I heard the Barbados Workers Union expressing a different view from them. I am not against any foreigner getting a job in this country, because I know that Barbadians work in other countries across the Caribbean and throughout the Commonwealth. But I dealt with the issue of negation of self, denying to Barbadians the right to apply and to qualify and to find equal place in these jobs. But the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, he said in here during that debate, we have to look for the best minds and the best people. That's a damning statement against a population. So many years after independence and so many years after the institution of the University of the West Indies found life on this landscape. The best minds and the best people in relation to the CEO who was hired at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. You don't explain it like that. You don't extol his virtues, while seeming to say at the same time that the locals who applied do not fall within the category of the best minds. And that curious phrase, the best people, that is a serious damnation. That is a serious negation of self. And to suggest, as they did in BTMI, that these super people have descended to solve all the problems in health, it is a suggestion that has no foundation. And I asked the minister, even in his absence, while his junior is here, through you, sir, to tell the people of Barbados whether there is a system of application or a system of advertisement, a system of advertisement, that when a job comes up in the executive of the hospital, you first advertise among the hospital staff. And then you secondly advertise beyond the hospital staff in the Caribbean. And if you're unsuccessful, you then advertise in the Commonwealth. In your presence, sir, I asked the minister if that is not the policy. And I asked the minister to honestly tell this chamber whether that policy was adhered to. I asked that question and leave the answer open for the minister. But sir, there's an obvious deterioration of service at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. The members present in this chamber may argue that, but they will find themselves arguing with the senior minister who came here last week and admitted to it. So don't argue with me. Argue with the minister. On that hospital, I asked another question. Did the Queen Elizabeth Hospital enter into negotiations late last year, with the owner of a home for the homeless? I repeat, during late last year, did the Queen Elizabeth Hospital enter into discussions with the owner of a home for the homeless to house patients of the hospital? That is a question I ask of the Ministry of Health, and I ask it in all seriousness. And while the answer is forthcoming, do we understand the danger to which we were exposing, knowing now what we found out then, during the estimates, do we understand the dangers to which those patients of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital were being exposed when the hospital had negotiations with that home? No names, no names. I am not here to disparage anyone. During the budget speech, which we all must take seriously, in a buoyant economy, I read that government's capital works program extends itself to 3 projects. I grew up in Barbados, I grew up in a Bridgetown and saw the central bank sprout. The generation before me saw the Treasury building. Every generation in this country has seen substantial capital works programs in economies that were supposedly less buoyant than this one. Let this country now be aware that this government's capital works program involves the construction of the geriatric hospital, which is well underway from my observation. Don't know how many stories it is. Not as tall as the central bank. I saw the central bank go up. I saw Warren sprout, several government buildings up there. The generation before me saw the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. As I said, they also saw the Treasury building. In a buoyant economy, this government now visits the people of Barbados with the news that their outstanding contribution to capital works projects in this country is a geriatric hospital, a small geriatric hospital on Zone 1 or Zone A lands. And that the second project is an amphitheater. They had a Jackie Opel amphitheater down there at the post office. Probably took about 2 or 3 weeks to build, including the tiling if they have tiles. And that is the extent of government's capital works program. A geriatric hospital and a Richard Stout amphitheater. But for good measure, they add the dorms at the Barbados Youth Service. How amazing. In a buoyant economy. And that is the boast that we make. When we built central banks and Warrens and an airport in the late 1970s and extended the Bridgetown Harbor, built it in the late 50s, started construction in the late 50s, completed it and rebuilt it again, extended it. And in 2024, we are telling the people of this buoyant economy that the best that we can do with a government capital works program is to build a geriatric hospital with prefab walls. It's not labor intensive. And dormitories at the Barbados Youth Service. And a Richard Stout amphitheater, which can be done probably in 2-3 weeks with 2 masons and a couple laborers. And that is the extent of this government's capital works program in an economy that is so buoyant. I'm so proud of you. I am so supremely proud of you. And then the speech went on to have the temerity to refer to the private sector capital works program. And up comes Hyatt again for the 5th time it is being constructed. That is this. So when I said at the beginning of my speech that hardship and suffering pertains for this country, I say based on the evidence, all is not well. All is not well in this country. It is not well, and that is why I've asked the Prime Minister to cut down on those expensive trips and pay some attention to this country and pay some attention to the poor and the middle in this country. All is not well. It is not well. And I go back to that government capital works program. Are any of you, dear ministers, honourable members, aware that those dorms at the Barbados Youth Service were mentioned in last year's budget speech? So that when people say they're not impressed on the substance. Let the social media sycophants have their run. If the Prime Minister stabbed their mothers, they would applaud. St. James Central, Shakespeare again. Shakespeare again. So we don't listen to them. If she stabbed their mothers, they would applaud. Reality is not what you think. It is what you experience. This country is not doing well. And somebody in this government must stand up and tell the people of this country the truth as to the state of this country. It is not doing well. Sports, community development, youth, and culture. I'm going to move quickly. While the Honourable Member for St. Thomas shows some late energy again, while the member is showing some late energy, I've never seen her up at this hour. You tired? You ain't tired yet. Coming at you just now. My generation and the generation of the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, she's a little older than I am, more beautiful than I am. No, you ain't more decent than me. We grew up in a Barbados that practiced community development naturally. I can say to the younger Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast that she doesn't know anything about the good old Barbados that the Honourable Member for St. Thomas and I know about. That people form clubs, and you, sir, people form clubs naturally. You went in the road, you started playing cricket, next thing you got a club. And next thing you're calling it a sports and cultural club. And next thing you're meeting in the school on Friday nights. And next thing you got a president and a vice president and a treasurer and a PRO to write to the advocate at the time. And then the nation in its early days. And these concepts of social organization were almost natural. Beg your pardon? Organic. Shakespeare student. Why you don't teach your colleagues there? Why you don't teach the Honourable Member for St. Thomas? Why you don't leave me alone? But the Honourable Member for St. Thomas and you and I, sir, came up in that generation where organization, community organization was natural, organic. But I sympathize with the Honourable Minister for Sports. It is a different era. And you can build a mini stadium around every corner. It's not going to create a club. Not going to create a club. And that is not to criticize you. It's not to criticize you. But I repeat my suggestion today. I repeat it now. That the government needs to go to the heart of the problem, the social problem, of a lack of community organization, and to discover why young people are not coming into contact naturally with each other. And why they're not coming into contact with each other unless that contact is violent. And that is a problem that afflicts this country. It's a lot of hard work you have to do. And I promise you that these mini stadia will not solve the problem. Or will not solve the problems that confront young people in this country. And I have seen many cases of hard courts with lights, and they're vacant. I have seen many cases of playing fields with all kinds of facilities, and they're vacant. As between violence and technology, there has been an exodus away from recreational areas in this country. And that's the reality. And whoever gave the idea that a mini stadia or a mini stadium will solve the problem of anomie and social withdrawal, that person must rethink their idea. They must rethink it and come to understand that there's a deeper problem confronting this society, a far deeper problem. And Minister, I wish you well, but I wish that some deeper attention will be paid to the issue of that crisis in the lives of young people. And this may ask a bit much of you, but I will ask it all the same. If my information is that the St. Catherine ground at Bayfield was fenced in, I want to ask this government, through you, sir, and this minister. I am no admirer of Ronald Reagan, but please tear that fence down. A recreational area must remain an organic part of a community. And a man, an old man who lives just up the road, he's walking to cricket on Saturday. He must not stare at a fence. He must walk with his little bench and come with me and sit on the mound. Who is the representative for St. Michael North, for St. Philip North? I've invited her to cricket so often. And she tells me she doesn't like cricket. I say it is not about cricket. It is, I have to be careful how I say this now. But come on, like, we hardly see two balls bowl. I come there with the fellas and we sit down and talk all kinds of things. When we see the fence now on Saturdays, it is a different atmosphere, Minister. That fence has destroyed not only the aesthetics, but the organic nature of the ground. And there are people at St. Catherine complaining tonight about the presence of a fence around the St. Catherine ground. And bleachers will not solve the problem, because when I go to St. Catherine with my beloved Spartan, we go on the mound. You mean I have to go through a fence now to get on the mound? Please tear down that fence, Minister. You could imagine this Honourable Speaker a few years ago, he walking into Spartan. He used to score at Spartan, you all know that? This gentleman here, good spin bowler in his time, never got me out.
You never could have bought Honourable member. Please. Yes.
But he used to score at Spartan, you could imagine.
Just not, you got pass and bat and can bat. You're pretty. They can bat. Honourable member. Please.
This is just a demonstration of the amount of power a speaker has. You know you can't quarrel with the speaker.
But no, it's a fact.
You can get locked up.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
You cannot quarrel with the speaker.
And both of us know that. Both of us know that, Honourable member.
A speaker is never wrong, even if he's wrong. But I think the point is made, and I wish you well with the with your initiatives in relation to young people. The Speaker and I, though, will not be attending those night games, the block competition. I will have to hear how you fare at the opening and the closing. I have some notes on public sector. I think I had made reference to them before. The question of the high level of retirement, early retirement, more specifically, the demoralization of the career civil servant by supplanting contractual workers at the top of departments. I repeat that. The general confusion that this government is causing within the public service, you all don't know it. Because your reality is that this is a happy country. Talk to the people in this country. While on the subject of careerism, I want to tell the Attorney General through you, sir, that the main problem, one of the main problems in the police force is the problem of frustrated promotion. Not allowances. You can pay allowances, that's not a problem. But when you have a constable after 39 years in the police force, 39 years in the police force, and he is so committed to his profession, to his vocation, to his occupation, that he fathers 2 children and both of them joined the police force. There must be some virtue in him, but he's a constable after 39 years. Something is wrong. And I think that police officers ought to be guaranteed promotion. There ought to be a guarantee of promotion in the police force. And there are 2 aspects of the police force that remain colonial. The question of promotion and the question of rank. And I see the government has attempted to make some adjustment to rank. I don't necessarily agree with the designation senior constable. I think it is small reward for the frustrated constable. Small reward. But the entire ranking system in the Barbados Police Service needs to be changed. And I speak with some little authority on that issue. I think the Attorney General knows that. And I speak with some little authority on the question of promotion in the police force. That it should no longer, the perception always is, that promotion becomes dependent on personal favor from those at the top. And that needs to change. I know they do have an exam, but at the end of that exam, every other policeman complains. Those who are not promoted always complain. And those who are promoted complain about the times when they were not promoted. And so this government that claims to be modern, this government that claims to be a part of a Republican dispensation, must relook a colonial system and change promotions and rankings in the Barbados Police Service. I ask the government to pay some urgent attention to that if it wants to deal with the problems in the police force. I promised that I would come to housing. And I am not happy, Honourable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm not happy. And the people in Barbados should not be happy with the state of housing. And they're entitled to ask the question, what is happening in housing? I came up in a time when the old people would get on the bus or if they live close to town, they go to the housing authority and pay their rent. I know about that personally. We who lived in areas called landing schemes, we We lived, in many cases, next to the housing area, but we were all tenants of the housing authority. Some of us paid for the land on which our chattels rested. Some lived in the government housing units. And we lived harmoniously. And that housing authority, now National Housing Corporation, served this country faithfully and well. And I will not prolong this issue, that we must be concerned that in this country, the National Housing Corporation, after giving years of good service to housing in this country, not only as a landlord, but as a builder, that it appears as if this government is dismantling the National Housing Corporation in favor of private interests. And the word PPP does not impress me. Public-private sector partnership. It is a sexy term, perhaps. Very sexy. Oh, it means so much. But there are people in that National Housing Corporation tonight who fear that they're not going to have a job in the near future. Because this government is on a trajectory of dismantling, or appearing to be dismantling, the National Housing Corporation, the successor to the Housing Authority, which serve honest Barbadians over the last 50, 60 years. And a few years ago, this government incorporated something called HOPE, H-O-P-E. And HOPE seems to be bringing despair to the employment rights of those in the National Housing Corporation. I sat in this parliament a few months ago on that side and saw a minister come to this place and vest public lands. Well, they became public lands after the vesting. But I saw a minister stand, a minister of housing or some minister, stand and vest lands in the name of a private entity. You can call it public-private sector partnership, PPP. You can call it whatever you want. I am not impressed. As far as I'm concerned, it is private. And it is private posing as public. And it is run like a private entity. There's no hope in hope. Hope has become one of this country's national disasters. Hope has turned to despair for the prospects for housing in Barbados. And I saw 20 acres of land acquired and put into the hands of Hope at Lower Burney. And that legislative act was preceded by a town hall meeting. And present at that town hall meeting were the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East and the Honourable Member for St. George South. I saw that. I saw that. And I saw lands at Lower Burney, Hanson Hill, call it whatever you wish, be invested in a company called Hope. And preceding that legislative act on that Tuesday was a town hall meeting on the Sunday in the constituency of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East. I will not remain silent. This is the people's business. I produce the Financial Times. I am going now to even more sordid times. I can find it, don't worry. I will find it. You don't want me to find it. Your Honor, I anticipate your question as to whether I will make this a document of the House, and I answer in the affirmative. It is a letter from the National Housing Corporation dated the 30th of January 2024. It is written to the Chief Executive Officer, Acton, Worthing Corporate Center, Worthing, Christchurch, Barbados. You know, I don't like calling names. Sir, I do not like to call names. I do not like to use the privilege of Parliament to appear to be exposing people to public ridicule. So I'm not going to call the name. I know the public wants to hear the name. I know that my colleagues who do not know the name want to hear the name. I know that the people of Barbados in here and outside want to hear the name. But sir, I will not call the name. The letter reads, Dear Mr. So-and-so, lands to be allocated to Hope Inc. under the 10,000 housing project. Heard the Honourable Member for St. George a few moons ago boast that in 5 years he's going to do 10,000 solutions. People don't live in houses now. Everybody lives in a solution. My solution is up the road. His solution is across the road. Nobody lives in houses now. So these sexy words, a solution. The letter starts, I am directed to write to you and confirm the areas that will be in the first instance allocated to your company for development under the current housing trust. This is a man signing his death warrant. This is the general manager of the National Housing Corporation surrendering to Hope. You know, when two dogs are fighting, the one that thinks he will lose goes on his back and invites the other one to cut his throat. Pardon the analogy. But this is the general manager of housing writing to Hope. Housing, as I repeat, that has served this country so well in its predecessor form as the Housing Authority and now as National Housing with those honourable, loyal public servants. And here's the general manager writing to the chief executive officer of a company called Hope, describing itself with having a status of a public-private sector partnership, which I say to you is nothing public about it. It is a private interest masquerading as a public entity. And you know that, Minister. You know that. But I'm not blaming you, because I know you're not the author. I know the voice of Jacob, and I know the hand of Esau. You like that? You love that? You and I went to Sunday school, you know. You may recall that the Ministry, Housing, Lands and Maintenance, working with the NHC, has established a broad matrix that treats to the housing project over a 5-year period. To bring a more focused approach in the short term, several key sites have been selected and brought forward as opportunity spaces that will be able to accommodate the volume of housing required. To this end, the sites listed below in the table are to be allocated to Hope Inc. to facilitate your directed objectives, the voice of Jacob, the hand of Esau. You want me to read them, Mr. Speaker? Do the people of Barbados find an interest in this? That their precious lands, which every government used to put into the name of the National Housing Corporation, thou good and faithful servant, the National Housing Corporation, is deemed to be a failure in 2024, and a private company masquerading in the clothing of public status is handed these private lands, the voice of Jacob, the hand of Esau. Number 1, Branchbury St. Joseph, 10 acres. Projected number of solutions. This government no longer builds houses, this government builds solutions. 61 solutions. And for the sake of the public that's not interested in that sexy language, 61 houses. Bright Hall, St. Lucie, 40 acres, 380 houses. Colleton, St. John, 27 acres, 324 houses. Cottage, St. George, 27 acres as well, 324. Yeah, I know. I know what brought you to life. Look, they can fire you, you know. I can beg for you. I know this is not your voice. I know that. I understand the situation in which you find yourself. Honourable Speaker, please control the member for St. George South, who told this country that he's going to build 10,000 houses in 5 years. You want me to tell the country how many have been built, Mr. Speaker? In 2.5 years? It's not your voice. I know, I understand your position. But I will go quickly. And I can read all of them, but I will not bore you nor the public, Mr. Speaker. That the total acreage of lands being conveyed, thank you. The total acres of lands to be conveyed to Hope is in the sum of 478.2 acres of this precious Barbadian soil, where the blood of the slaves irrigate trees and bear sweet fruit. And along comes a private company masquerading with a public status. And a parliament of this country hands to that private company in masquerade 478.2 acres. And the people in this country should be pleased. And the people at National Housing Corporation should be pleased that they are to be sent home eventually, because that is what the government will do. It is going to send them home. And they have you presiding over this infelicity. These lands should remain and should be vested in the National Housing Corporation. I became a lawyer in 1984. One of my proudest moments was when my university colleagues came to me shortly after my admission to the bar. And they were moving into West Terrace houses. I told you that West Terrace, Oxnard's husband's conurbation is the result of education in this country. Understand that. And they were coming to me as a young lawyer. I felt so happy to get some work. And the conveyance used to be from housing to the purchaser. And there was a separate agreement for the building of the house. And then Mr. Stanton Gittins, he insisted on getting his money early, and he would run down to my office. 2 checks would come. No, not a PPP. Mr. Ideal Homes was the builder. And there were other companies that were building. The builders, the land was never conveyed to the builders. Honourable Member for Christchurch West, I know what I'm talking about. I believe the Speaker may have done some of those conveyances as well. And Mr. Gittins would run down to the office for the check, because the check would come from Barbados Mortgage Finance, and he would pay. I would hand it to him and wait for my client to pay me. And one day a lawyer called me and said, "Man, you very foolish. You must take your money out before you pay it to Mr. Gittins." I said, "No, I mean, the person trusted me. It's my colleague from university, and I allow them to pay me when the transaction was finished." But the point is, that is how housing typically and traditionally operated. that you vested the land in NHC. And NHC contracted the builder. And there were two transactions, a conveyance of land and an agreement to build a house. So the government never lost its control of the transaction. But today, in our beloved country, instead of giving the land to National Housing Corporation through this parliament occupied in majority by this government, is taking up the precious lands of this country in the sum of 478.2 acres and transferring it to hope. But there's despair yet to be revealed. And that hope, it calls itself, let me read the last paragraph. The NHC will very shortly reach out to you to arrange a series of visits that will allow your team to familiarize themselves with the development sites. You can imagine the NHC now writing to a company, a new company on the block, incorporated in 2020. 2020! And teaching them how to kill the NHC under this minister's charge. Watching the shifting. It's the voice of Jacob. You are not guilty. I find no fault in you. I understand what is going on, but it is not my understanding that is important. It is what the people of Barbados need to understand. The people of Barbados need to understand what is happening with their birthright. $60 million out of something called the Housing Credit Fund. Public monies, the Housing Credit Fund. $60 million later, $60 million later, that money has been paid to hope. And yet there's despair in this country. How many people moved in? I don't know today's date. The 19th, perhaps? All right. The Honourable Member for St. Michael's East came in here and got himself in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. I remember it well. I felt very sorry for him. That day he attracted my deepest sympathy for what he endured. He came in here and called your solutions all kinds of names. We're not going to use the word houses, your solutions. And he came in here and burdened himself. And I don't even want to repeat the words that he used in here, although I heard the words that were repeated to him elsewhere. And I felt sorry for him. He's not a bad man. He did not deserve that treatment, but he got it. But let us get back to the Housing Credit Fund, which exhausted its coffers in the amount of $60 million belonging to the taxpayers of this country, which has been paid to hope. And what has hope delivered? For $60 million. If the figure is not correct, please correct me. The voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. I know you're not Jacob. That land at Lancaster was valued at $18 a square foot. Hope got the lands at $2.50 per square foot. So it helps to be hopeful, and it helps to be hope. Land reduced in value when the Honourable Member for St. Philip North is being asked to pay exorbitant sums for her land. Lancaster is finding its land values reduced for the sake of a sale, a happy sale to a happy camper, to a friend, in the amount of $2.50. The taxpayers of this country need to know this. And $60 million later from the Housing Credit Fund, we have 131 solutions. Houses. 131 houses, and $60 million of the taxpayers' money has been paid out. I began by asking this government to give account. And this opposition has the right to ask this government to give account. This opposition has the right to ask this government to show transparency. That is a right that we have, and we will exercise it without fear. I am alone on this side, but I'm not lonely. The people of Barbados have sent me to do this work. This I hope I will. Every single one. It is not what I like. It is what is the truth. And I want you to admit through you, sir, that after 2.5 years, having promised to deliver 10,000 houses, 2,000 a year, so that at the rate you had planned to go, it should have been 4,000. And if we're approaching half of the year, you should have had 5,000 houses, my friend. But you have 131 houses. But nobody's perfect. But the amount of $60 million of the taxpayers' money, which has constructed 131 houses, account needs to be given to the people of this country. Give some account, either through the voice of Jacob or the hands of Esau. We want the truth. So don't shift around in your chair. I want the answers, not me. The people want them. Juravilla. I know you're the photographer, you know. I know. Yeah, I checked the angle. Some boring foolishness was being talked to here. It's about it. Juravilla project. Houses out of Guyana. Juravilla. The people of Barbados saw them displayed at AgriFest a year or two ago. Beautiful little houses. And this ministry went down there and bought a whole heap of them. Incompetence is the word, you know. Incompetence, Mr. Speaker, is the word. That somehow they did not do their due diligence to discover that the Juravilla houses, that the cheap prices they were quoted did not include matters of the foundation. So that this ministry rushed after what looked like a good deal. This ministry went into a bargain basement. But the people of this country have not benefited. Those houses are, you will get a chance to speak. He will get a chance to speak, Mr. Speaker. And he will tell the people of this country where the Juravilla houses are located right now while I am here speaking on my feet. He will get a chance to tell the people of Barbados that not one Juravilla house, according to my information, according to my information, has been occupied. Has been occupied. Not one. The public didn't think it would get worse. The public did not think it would get worse. You know, during the St. George by-election, the famous statement was uttered, all big works got to come through me. You remember that? All big works got to come through me. You stop laughing. You frightened? The Prime Minister laughing. You can laugh now. All right, I've come. I know you had him up there. You should keep him up there. Now, hope gets more interesting. I'm not going to call any names to embarrass anybody in here. Not going to call any names. I should or I should not. I should? No. I'm not going to. That's not. You see, I practice a certain level of decorum and decency. And I don't use the privilege of this place to abuse people. You not seeing it? I'm not going to call the name though. The CEO is paid $20,000 a month. The people cleaning the roads were paid $500 a week. The CEO has departed, and we now have a new CEO. I'm not even going to call his name. He's a man from England. And I'm talking about hope, which is our national despair. I am told reliably, and you will not deny it, that the new CEO is getting $30,000 a month. And what is worse, under the charge of a prime minister who has to be concerned about our foreign reserves, he is being paid into a bank account in England. 30,000 Barbados dollars is being converted into pounds using our foreign exchange to pay him to do a job that any graduate from this University of the West Indies can do. Why do you think we have a management faculty up there for sport? For sport? What are these people doing? What is their brilliance? What is their competence? That in 2.5 years, they could only construct 131 houses for $60 million belonging to the taxpayers of this country. And you bring a man from England to do that simple job. Who is he? Is he like the man from BTMI? Will the man at the QH prove himself to be a guru? Never having worked in a hospital before? I don't use the privilege of this parliament to abuse people, but I want the people in this country to know the truth. 30,000 Barbados dollars. How much does that convert to, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. In pounds, we paying a man pounds sterling, not a cent in national insurance. And you know why we're not paying national insurance? Your CEO doesn't even have a work permit. He does not have a work permit. And that is what this government calls governance. Governance. There's another word for that, and it certainly is not governance. But there's a stench wafting through the corridors of power in this country. And the taxpayers' monies are being squandered on the basis of close personal relationships and friendships. $60 million later. $60 million later. If this were private, if Hope had gone into the banking market and borrowed the money, I wouldn't be here. talking about this. They got taxpayers' money. They got $60 million belonging to the taxpayers of this country. Your Honor, I apologize for shouting, but occasionally I get angry.
I've heard that so many times, Honourable Member.
Well, so much,
repetition, Honourable Member.
so much is there to make the people of this country
I've
angry.
heard that so many times, countless times.
Countless times. I will lower my volumes from here on. All right, cool your passion, son. Cool your passion. You're not getting fired this evening. Let me come to the chairman. I dealt with the CEO who is getting his monies paid into a bank account in England, $30,000 belonging to the taxpayers of this country, converted through the central bank into pounds sterling. And y'all can't give a little man a job cleaning the bus stand. What really is happening in Barbados? What is this negation of self? Why are we being treated in this country as if we have no worth by this government that thinks it is such a good government, but that is self-perception, that is your reality. The people do not think that you are a good government. The people are afraid that this government has trammeled their rights and even their right to a voice, and that is why you heard what you heard last night. I come to the chairman. Not going to call his name either. But the chairman of Hope, who replaced the former civil servant, the former permanent secretary, not going to call his name either. I'm not going to use this chamber to disparage people or to bring them into disrepute. But the chairman apparently lives in South Africa. The chairman of Hope. And he is doing meetings, Hope meetings, the board meetings of Hope by Zoom. Let me pause and tell the public, through you, sir, that he used to be connected to Four Seasons. And you know the professor was at Four Seasons. The professor that is now doing weather forecasting, he has gone off to work in climate change. Not comedy hour at all. Not comedy hour at all. A South African is conducting board meetings at Hope by Zoom. Not sure how much he's being paid, but he used to be at Four Seasons. The Americans say connect the dots. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. Minister, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You've been put on the spot. And if they try to remove you, even I will defend you. Your head on. Your head on. Your head is on. I hope you don't. I hope you don't suffer a similar fate. That's my comeback. Walk the straight and narrow, my friend. May I proceed, sir? The new finance consultant has a full-time job in another Caribbean island. I think it is St. Lucia. So Hope has now been exported into far-flung lands of despair. The chairman is in South Africa. The CEO is an Englishman without a work permit who receives his money, the taxpayers' money, in England. And the new finance officer is receiving $14,000 a month while she is in full-time employment in another Caribbean island. I'm not trying to disparage them. I am trying to ask this government to give account for public monies. And why 3 West Indians, and better yet, 3 young Barbadians, perhaps with a first degree or masters in management, why can't those people do this simple work? But then it appears not to be that simple. Because in 2.5 years, having been given 478 acres of the land of the people of Barbados, they can only deliver 131 houses. And this government, in arrogance, believes that it is so well loved. I quote the poet again, where are the men seized in this wind of madness? What is happening in this country? What is this squandermania all about? Where are public monies going? $60 million is not a bus fare. $60 million is a lot of money. It is not as much as 188 million, but it is a lot of money. And then we telling weekly paid workers that we can't give them a job. And we could bring all manner of mankind into this country. And even if they're not in this country, we can pay them these large salaries in an economy that is struggling, except that the government believes it is buoyant. And that is the sordid tale of this thing called hope. They really need to rename it. They really do need to rename it. But as it transpires, the houses will have to be conveyed at less than cost. In other words, hope has been so badly managed that the houses, if they are to sell those houses at a profit, they would have to push them down. So what is the compromise? The compromise now has been to give the houses to certain people. Lucky people. Nameless people. I'm not going to abuse them. I don't use the privilege that I enjoy here to abuse people. I don't do that. But there is a lucky list. And as I said, in my mother's house, there used to be the plaque. The book of life is my name written there. There's a book of life at Lancaster. Minister, is my name written there? Am I one of those lucky people? But we will all find out in the fullness of time who are those lucky people who will get houses at below cost. I'm happy for them. But where's the hope? Where's the taxpayers' $60 million? Where is it? Being paid every month to 2 people in exile, one in South Africa and one in St. Lucia. And our poor people's children who have an education can't get a job and have to go off to Canada and have to go off to the United States and England and the Caribbean because this government is presiding over an administration that is excluding local talent, that is marginalizing young Barbadians who have a right, whose parents made mountainous sacrifice, like your parents, Minister, and your parents and mine, to give us an education, and this government denies them and brings these expensive executives. There's a trend. BTMI, QEH, Hope. Whose turn is next? Whose turn is next? To have these gurus implanted on our public corporations at the expense of talented and bright Barbadians. I move on. It does not make me happy that the Ministry of the Attorney General, and I'm on the subject of governance, has not seen it fit, and I said this a few minutes ago, has not seen it fit to amend the Sexual Offences Act as the court prescribed should be done. This court made a ruling which fundamentally altered, I beg your pardon, the tenor and the content of that legislation. That legislation now contains what we call a lacuna. There's a hole in the law. And this Attorney General has not seen it fit to do his duty and to amend that legislation months later. It's a simple amendment. Somebody could do it for him. He could call me. He could call the Honourable Speaker. Not many more esteemed and qualified in the law than this the gentleman who happens to be our Speaker. Call the Speaker. He brings the cybercrime bill in here. That is recalled. I could say case closed. But when I say case closed, it does not mean that I am closing my presentation. Those were most unhappy words uttered a few weeks ago. Case closed. A matter occupied the attention of the courts in this country a few months ago. And this country started to ask questions about that case in relation to ministerial conduct. I didn't ask them. This country started to ask questions about ministerial conduct, about the association of private contractors with ministries. And it is my duty as leader of the opposition to ask the questions, the answers to which the people are demanding. I defy, through you, sir, this Prime Minister, the right and the authority to close any case in any court. A Prime Minister does not have that authority. A Prime Minister heads one of the constitutional bodies. It is high office, but that body must remain separate from the courts. And it falls outside of the power of any Prime Minister to determine that a case is closed. It is an undue influence against the independence of the judiciary. That is what separation of powers means. It is literal separation of powers. And I say it in here all the time, the cabinet, the parliament, and the judiciary are separate, except that members of the cabinet are also members of this parliament. And so we say there is an incestuous relationship that is allowed between the cabinet and the parliament. But there must be no contamination of matters of judicial interest. Members of the executive must stay far from the administration of justice. Far. And a Prime Minister cannot deem any case closed. Cannot. It is an interference with the judicial function, the constitutional judicial function that is exclusive to the judiciary. And that's the first point I make in relation to that sad case. All I will do for the public of Barbados, all I will do is that I will read Section 8.2 of the Prevention of Corruption Act. That's all I will do. I'm not here to embarrass. I have a public duty. And when the public asks questions, even with a sense of decorum, I must give those answers. I remember well the debate when the Prevention of Corruption Act came to this place. We were at Worthing at the time. And I made the point that we as politicians, whatever is our self-perception, the public really does not think we are angels. That we come to this job with reputations that are not always, I don't want to use the word savory, but I think I will. Politicians are seen as people disposed, whether by occupation of high office or by personal proclivity. We are seen as people disposed to wrongdoing. That's how we are seen. I don't know if we don't understand that, and that is what I said during that debate. This is what the law says. A person exercising public functions who solicits or accepts an advantage as an inducement to or reward for or otherwise on account of his given assistance or using his real or perceived influence in the promotion, procuring, or execution of, or for the payment of the price or other consideration stipulated or otherwise provided for in any contract for the promotion, procuring, or execution of any contract with a public authority for the supply of goods, services, or works is guilty of an offense. It is beyond a prime minister to determine that any case is closed. This is the province of the Director of Public Prosecutions. This is the province of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And we are not saying that anyone is guilty, but we make a point based on principle that there must be separation of powers if this Constitution is to have its original meaning. That executive powers and judicial functions are clean and separate. And that it constitutes a trespass when an official as high as the office of Prime Minister ventures in to matters of this nature and says, case closed. I don't have that power. A Prime Minister doesn't have that power. The Speaker doesn't have that power. What you are doing, you're exercising undue influence, holding high office against a Director of Public Prosecutions, who is an officer within the administration of justice, within the judiciary. And there's only one person in this country who can determine that a case is closed. And that is the Director of Public Prosecutions. She or he, or she in this case, is the only person with the authority to go to a court and initiate or to stop a case. One person in this country has that power. The Director of Public Prosecution. So when those words, case closed, were uttered, it was a fundamental breach of constitutional law. It was a breach of duty. It was a breach of power. All I will say on that legislation, and I remember the debate well, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, when he was in the debate, he said, even the burden of proof is reversed. I remember it well. In other words, that the person who is charged for an offense under this legislation has to prove his innocence. Normally in a court, the prosecution must prove the guilt of the accused. This legislation is so serious that it falls on the accused to prove his innocence. That is what that member, Honourable Member for Christchurch East, meant when he said the legislation is so serious that even the burden of proof is reversed. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there is a presumption of guilt. There is a presumption of guilt. And the person charged must prove his innocence. I thought I had to say that for the benefit of the public. who maintain a vested interest in this matter. Your Honor, the time passes and I have a little more to say. I will cut it. And just hope that while the Attorney General is again trying to get my attention, and I will ignore him, except to say to you, sir, that I hope that when they bring this Republican Constitution, it really is a constitution that reflects republicanism. And the features of Republican government, you know, we've been around here calling ourselves a republic 2.5 years later. We don't have a constitution that is a Republican constitution, except by the theory of what we call presidentialism. So we do have a constitution. We do have a Republican constitution, but it contains Westminster content. And that is our dilemma presently, that we are a republic with a constitution that became Republican only through the theory of presidentialism. In other words, you made the Governor General president. And it has not traveled beyond that. There's still the spirit of Westminsterism within the Constitution of Barbados. And it must now be considered a dereliction of duty when government's principal legal advisor, 2.5 years into republicanism, and this country cannot see a Republican Constitution apart from the theory of presidentialism. That is where you are as a lawyer, sir. And you going into the courts out there arguing Westminster law within the context of presidentialist republicanism. That is a dilemma for you as a lawyer. But let the Attorney General give account to you and to this country. And what is the nature of the consultation? Has it been sufficiently public? Or are they cloistered in private rooms, deciding the powers that a prime minister will have, and the powers that a cabinet will have, and the powers that a parliament will have? What is going on? I heard the prime minister a few weeks ago say that she favors a system of national parliamentarians. I hope I don't live the day to see it. I hope I don't live the day to see it, because republicanism is about erasing elitist structures. And we are now offering, perhaps in casual chat, but please, Attorney General, through you, sir, please reject your Prime Minister's suggestion. Let us reduce it to a fireside chat that is no more than that. But the public awaits this constitution, and so do I. And so do all free men who are interested in justice. When will it come? What is its content? Will the public hear of its content before you bring it? Or will you come and drop it in Parliament one day and use your numbers, your overwhelming numbers, to impose it, to foist it on the people of Barbados? Is that what you will do? Or will you take a center spread or several spreads from the nation and GIS? And will you use social media to circulate it among Barbadians so that they can sit and read it? Lawyers and laymen all. It will be written in English. And it is about fundamental rights, freedoms, and obligations. And this government thinks that it is right if it intends to ambush the people of this country with a new so-called Republican Constitution. Tell us its content. Give us a week or two to read it before we can say yay or nay. what this government is doing in relation to that constitution is wrong. And I say it is wrong. Your Honor, I had a few more things to say. I recognize the hour. I had no intention of being on my feet at this time. I apologize if I have been excessive, boring as well, yes. I expect that from you. I expect that from you, so that I will curtail the additional subjects that I had intended to address. And I will just repeat that I am troubled, more troubled than they are by the content of what I have said. I know they're troubled. I know they're disturbed. I know they're dejected. I know they're angry. I know they're angry. I know they're angry at the disclosures that have been made about the infelicities in this government. I know they're angry about the possible corruption. I know they're angry about the possible corruption that exists at the heart of this government. I know they're upset about it. But it is my duty to bring it to the attention of the people of this country and to tell the people of this country that this government has not only mismanaged the economy, that this government has not only manhandled matters of society, but that this government is more than likely engaged in infelicitous conduct in relation to public monies. More than likely. And Mr. Speaker, I want to express deepest gratitude to you for giving me the time that you have given me. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable for Christchurch Essential.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. As I begin my contribution to this budget debate, let me first express thanks to my wife and my son, sir, who over the last few weeks and months, I can only beg their forgiveness. Let me also thank the good people of Christchurch Essential, sir, because without them, this country certainly would not be where it is today. And I recall, sir, when we were all at Weymouth, sir, and we were all in Kingston, sir, and I asked the people of Christchurch Essential, sir, to let me and the Barbados Labour Party get to work on their behalf, sir. And all of us then, including the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, was quite clear as to what corruption looked like, what it smelled like, sir, and what it felt like in this country. And I wish the public of Barbados right now as I speak, sir, could see, sir, that those who came in here this evening to support him, sir, the Honourable Member, sir, they've all left. They've all left, sir, during his speech. And therefore, I say to the people of Christchurch Central, I continue to work on your behalf. To work on your behalf.
That's it.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To work on your behalf, sir, because unlike the honourable member who spoke, and I sat here very patiently, sir, listening very carefully to the honourable member meander through what was 5 hours, just short of, sir. And at no point, sir, did I get any impression, sir, that he connected in any way with his constituents, because if he did, sir, he would not have misled this parliament on 3 occasions, because he would know, sir, if he had spoken to those workers that he so eloquently pleaded for in here this evening, sir, if he had spoken to like all of us in here that we did with our workers, sir, we took the decision. But we paid national insurance for all of them, sir. For all. And when we determined, sir, and it was a costly undertaking, sir, it cost us about $42 million a year. We did it for 2 years, sir. $84 million to pay these workers. It was not inexpensive, sir. But each and every one of them, sir, they had 6 months of unemployment benefits, sir, because this government paid the NAS contribution, sir. So when he got up in here and said that, oh, the people, that this government did not pay unemployment contributions, it was distasteful, sir. But you know what? He didn't know that, sir, because he ain't even talked to the very people, sir, that he put on the program to clean up Christchurch South. And he's coming in here to give the public the impression, sir, that this is a wicked government. But along with that, sir, along with that, the construction gateway program, sir, that we put in place, the online training programs that all of us try to get our people and encourage our people, sir, to go and get different jobs, sir. He ain't know that. You know why he ain't know that, sir? Because he ain't talked to none of the people, sir, from Christchurch South. Not one. Not one, sir. So don't come in here speaking mistruth, sir, because this is a very serious time in our country, sir, very serious. And the Prime Minister, God bless you, she is a hard taskmaster, I know it, sir, I know it. And the reason the Prime Minister has to be a hard taskmaster in this country, because every single time we get up and we feel that we turn the corner about something, sir, something new turns up. And the honourable member made a point of it about the debt, sir. And he was quite fascinated with the numbers. Now, sir, I can give you, from my perspective, and this is nothing about numbers, no, this is experience. You know, he spoke about experience, sir, very early on in his speech. When we first won the government, sir, May of 2018, I could not get out my office without 20, 25, 30 people every day calling to find out, sir, when they're going to get paid. Small people, big people, in between people, sir, got my office, my secretary busy. And I had to tell everybody, settle down. We are going to keep current, and once we were on the backlog. And by keeping current means that whatever goods and services you supply to government, sir, we can pay you once we work a proper way to pay back the $1.9 billion, sir, in arrears owed to every single business in this country. And let me give you some details, sir. Between oh boy. The people that supply government with gasoline and diesel, sir, for police cars, fire trucks, the buses, the few garbage trucks that they had running at the time, sir, the ambulances, sir, the Democratic Party owed the two distributors, sir, close to $100 million. Close to $100 million, sir. One of the heads of those organizations, sir, every week called me, pressure, when the government can pay, when the government can pay, sir. Small business people that supply the hospital, people that supplying goods and services all across this country, the prison, all along, sir. People calling the Ministry of Finance to want to know when they can get the money. That was my experience, sir. Very early on in office. And I had to tell everybody, settle down. We can sort it out. And you know what happened, sir? We sorted it out. And the reason we sorted it out is because we restructured the debt. Now, the honourable member made a point in here this evening about people not being paid. No, sir, I have not received any calls to my office since October of 2018, sir, when we restructured the debt and we said to everybody, whatever money we owe you, sir, we can pay you back in 42 months. The Series F bonds, sir. Nobody since then has called my office. You can ask my secretary, sir, not a boy. Because anybody that the government owes any money, they know how to find me. They know that. So the honourable member, in his sudden come to Jesus moment, sir. I know it's not quite the phrase it's an epiphany, yes. Suddenly, sir, he's consumed with wanting to be righteous. To be righteous, sir. Presenting a case as if all that we have gone through, sir, in this country in the last 5 years and 10 months. I get up every day with all of us on this side, sir, to make sure that we do right by the people of this country. And when the honourable member comes in here to make the people believe that money, and just for the record, sir, this book here, sir, it's available online, barbadosparliament.com, sir. barbadosparliament.com. Any Bajan, sir, go and download it. Look to any page, sir, in here, and see what the government is spending the money on. And if the honourable member had just taken a little time, sir, just a little time, because he spoke about the appropriation for the Prime Minister's office. So remember I told you, sir, I didn't mention this before, but the honourable member said he wanted to know what the money is spent on. Now, I told you about the gas. Under the Prime Minister's office, sir, there's something called the Barbados Defence Force. I don't know if he knows that, if he heard of it, but there's something called the Barbados Defence Force, sir. I don't know if it's new to he, but as far as I know, sir, every Bajan knows about the Barbados Defence Force. So when he want to know, every Bajan knows about the Barbados Defence Force, sir. If you so anybody listen to me, just go online, download it, do a search for Prime Minister's office, and if you just turn the page past the first page, you will see all the departments listed here, sir, under the Prime Minister's office. So when he want to know, sir, hold on. When he wants to know what the government spending money on, I can come down the list here very quickly, sir, with your indulgence, because it's already a document in the House. Future Barbados, sir. Commitment for results. Prime Minister's official residence. Planning and Development Department. General Management and Coordination Services, sir. That's under direction and policy. Under national... town planning, sir. Under National Defense and Security. General Security, sir. Them is the security guards that when you go to a government office, sir, you see in the grey and the black pants, sir. That we want to cut in half, sir. Barbados Defence Force, sir. He want us to cut them in half, too. Barbados Cadet Corps of the young people. I was a cadet, sir. He want me to cut them in half, too, sir. Assistance, sir, to the Legionnaires, sir. You know the Legionnaires, sir? You know the Legionnaires? They're old, not old people. I don't want to say old people, sir. The seniors who are Independence Day and Remembrance Parade, sir. He want us to cut his support for them in half, sir. the integrated coastal surveillance system, sir, and the anti-corruption unit. He wanted to cut the anti-corruption unit, sir, in half, sir. Office of Reform and this is National Transformation, Rural Development Commission, sir, and then under culture, sir, the Barbados National Art Gallery, Creative Economy Initiative, Film Censorship Board, Special Projects, NCF, Archive, sir, the library, and general man. Sir, he even wanted to stop. You don't want people to read in this country no more. You want me to cut that in half, sir. That is what is under the Prime Minister's office, sir. When they turn the page again, sir, turning the page again, Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. Sir, you know what them doing now, sir? The same geriatric hospital that you're talking about up there, them is who building it on behalf of the people of this country, sir. He wanted to cut that in half. Half a hospital. Invest Barbados, sir. HIV prevention, Kensington Oval Management, Urban Development Commission, sir, as well as the Barbados Water Authority. So, I don't know, sir, which of these things here, sir, that he would like us to cut. But I know, sir, I know that this government, sir, is committed to continue to do the good work on behalf of the people of this country. And therefore, if he wants it to cut in half, then the Democratic Labour Party will have to come, well, they're gone now. They will have to come to the people, sir, and say what it is that they want us to cut in half. And sir, I listened very carefully to the honourable member. Very carefully. Very carefully, sir. This matter, sir, of debt, and you see the matter of education that you spoke to, sir, because both, sir, are linked. And I can just share, sir, with you, because there's a lot of talk about debt in this country, and the honourable member chose to indicate to this chamber, and he had the gall, sir, and that's really what my grandmother would say, the gall to come in here and tell the Barbados Labour Party, sir, about don't touch education. Don't touch education, sir. You can imagine that. The Democratic Labour Party has the gall to come in this parliament, sir, and to give us, I don't know, a lecture about education, sir. Let me tell you about education, sir, because he spoke about with such fervor, passion, you name it, sir, as if to give the public the impression that we're doing something unholy in this Lenten season, sir. Unholy in this Lenten season. Everybody in Barbados knows that the Democratic Labour Party introduced tuition fees at the University of the West Indies, sir. Everybody knows that. And this government, sir, coming back to office, and we say to the people of this country, we will reintroduce it. Not because we were mad, sir, but we understood that what was required to build capacity in this country. But let me remind this chairman and the country to you, sir, what this all means. Because when he speaks about not being able to, you heard the Prime Minister say yesterday, the issue is skills in this country, and the needing to have the capacity to do things, sir. In 2013-14, sir, the enrollment at the university was 8,634, sir. 8,634. The numbers that they have here now, sir, say that the enrollment in 2023-24 is 6,004, sir. Now, hold on. Don't clap yet. Cumulatively, sir, and I'll call the numbers very quickly. 2014-15, 6,863. 2015-16, 6,065. 2016-17, 5,507. 2017-18, sir, 5,161. 2018-19, 5,563. 2019-20, 6,164. 2020-21, 6,668. 2021-22, 6,735, sir. Now, sir, cumulatively, you notice a drop. Cumulatively, sir, that is 26,261 people less. Cumulatively, sir, that would have gone to university since 2013-14. And the Democratic Party got to go to come here and tell the people of this country that don't touch education, sir. When these very graduates, sir, over 20,000, 25,000, had they had the opportunity, sir, because a lot of us in canvassing this country know a lot of people who had to either stop or couldn't go, had to borrow money to barely scrape it to make it through, sir. So we have a capacity problem because the Democratic Party, sir, in their wickedness, introduced fees in this country at a time, sir, when people were suffering. And they've made this country suffer even more. So we have no choice now, sir, as the population is getting older. You heard the Prime Minister yesterday speak to the demographics, sir. The population is getting older. And whilst we have reimposed the fees at the university by making it freely available at the point of access, we removed that, sorry. We are going to feel the impact of this, as we already started to feel it. But the reality is that this cumulative impact, sir, on the development of this country, we are going to feel it for a little while further until we can get these numbers back up very quickly, sir, to allow these very young people to start to take over. So when he spoke about people retiring early, well, if people retiring and there's nobody coming up through the ranks who had the opportunity to learn, sir, the country is going to have a problem. It's going to have a problem. 2018. So the honourable member and the Democratic Party needs to come again, sir, because the only way that this country, sir, is going to make it is if we continue to invest in our young people, sir, to make sure that they have the right opportunities, sir. And that is why we've taken every opportunity, sir, to retrain, retool, and to show young people, sir, that jobs are not just available here in the 166, but you can work virtually and you can earn a living, sir. And therefore, when you hear us tell our young people, don't stay where you are, come, go on a training course, expose your mind, sir, expand your mind. That is what we now have to make sure that we redouble our efforts, sir, every single day to make sure that we do. So education reform, sir, is the most important reform that we will ever undertake to do for this country, sir. And you better believe it. Because if we do not get this right, this country, sir, is not going to be successful. It is not. And therefore, when we talk about debt now, sir, you imagine, sir, those 26,000 people, all working, sir, earning, I don't know, 50,000 a year. That would be an extra, almost $1 billion in GDP, sir. Helping to pay taxes, sir, in this country. So when we talk about double work, sir, the Barbados Labour Party has always had the misfortune, sir, the misfortune of having to do our work, sir, and their work at the same time. And it's almost like a self-fulfilling policy, sir, where, whilst we all respect, sir, democracy, and people will make their choices, I want to say to Bajans, elections have consequences, sir. They have consequences. And we've had 2 so far. And the consequences of those elections, sir, in the last 6 years, consequences have been that this country, this party, this government, we have been able to completely, sir, turn this economy around, COVID notwithstanding, sir, in order to ensure that Barbadians, sir, can feel a sense of pride, not false pride or pretend pride, sir, real pride, to know that the government, sir, that we are all working on their behalf. And I want to make it clear, sir, that when it comes to this debt matter, we don't take it lightly, sir, because I want to share something with you, sir, because there's a view out there expressed by the honourable member that the government somehow has an unsustainable debt situation. As if context does not matter, sir. No, sir. I asked the team to pull together some information for me because I know that it's important to share these things. Now, the debt was $18 billion, sir. And that $18 billion, sir, included, as I said, the $1.9 billion that the Democratic Labour Party refused to pay people who supply goods and services to government. $250 million, sir. I repeat it again. That they refused to pay for public servants, sir. National insurance contribution for 3 years. The Democratic Labour Party did that, sir. They came in here to vote the money in this book here, look. One of these. And refused to pay $250 million for workers in this country, sir. Now, some are saying there are alternative views. I hear the honourable member indicated that he ain't supposed to suggest anything for what the government should do. But the very things that were presented as the alternative, sir, you would remember, was that this government, and I saw something in the paper today saying the IMF decision was a bad decision and this is next, the third. But you know what was the alternative that was being touted at the time, sir? That this, no, not devaluation, that was not the alternative. The alternative being posited at the time was that we was to send home 6,000 public servants, sir. That was the alternative that the Democratic Labour Party had, that they were pushing, sir. You can imagine 6,000 public servants going home. You can imagine that, sir? That is the alternative that they wanted us to do. But the Honourable Prime Minister and this cabinet, sir, and this government determined that that was not the road that we were going down. And therefore, we pull up the handbrake, sir, and made sure that we control what we were doing in relation to spending in order to make sure we focus on the things that mattered to people, sir, that mattered to people. And this government, sir, of which I am a part, I will defend this government's record, sir, from Crab Hill to Foul Bay, from Wharton, sir, to Waterhall Land, because the Democratic Labour Party, sir, has no credible voice to speak on any issue in this country, sir. No credible voice. And let me be clear, sir, about this debt thing. We reduced the debt, sir, and just before COVID, the debt to GDP was just under 120%, sir. A little north of just about 13 billion. And bear in mind, sir, we restructured the debt. We had no plans. We had no plans, sir, of issuing any instruments for the 4-year period because we had the program set, sir, to be able to run our surplus at 6%, to be able to deliver. People saw services return relatively quickly, and perhaps, sir, I feel, you know what I feel happens, sir? Is that we made this thing look too easy. We made this thing look too easy. So people start to feel as if, it seems to me as if people feel that it is easy. But COVID hit, sir. And in 2020-21, sir, we borrowed for COVID. Because you would remember, sir, the economy declined by about $2 billion. The government's revenues declined by $600 million in 2020, sir. But I know if the Democratic Labour Party faced that situation, what they would do. Because they don't want to say 6,000 before COVID. So imagine if you lost $600 million in revenue, what they would do? They wouldn't be in a public service now. So when the honourable member is concerned about early retirement or all these things, as if he's parading as if he cares, sir, we had to make sure that we kept this country stable. And we were able to access, sir, in that year, and it's fortuitous that the honourable member for St. Michael South Central is sitting next to me again. But because, and I say that, sir, because the credibility of government's program up until that point meant that we were able to, in quick time, sir, to turn around 2 COVID loans very quickly. One from the Inter-American Development Bank, sir, 240 million, and one from CAF, sir, 200 million. At the very time, sir, that we needed it. But you know why it was done so quickly, sir? Not just because it was COVID, but because Barbados' record, sir, this government's record of being able to turn around this economy allowed us to be able to access those resources, sir, in quick time. In 2021-22, sir, it was still COVID. We had $82 million that was borrowed for COVID, sir. In 22-23, 190 million. So that the debt as it stands now, sir, and we had in 23-24 some reimbursements from the EIB, sir, $20 million. The stock of debt today, sir, includes $932 million that was exclusively, sorry, 932 for COVID, but if I include the World Bank loan that came at the back end when after, you remember, sir, when we had the ash, we had the freak storm, we had Hurricane Elsa, sir. We went and we negotiated with the World Bank, sir, to get some relief because in that short space of time, sir, you remember, sir, I have never seen money go to the Treasury so quickly. So quickly, sir. Because the government had to respond. The government had to respond, sir. And that was in the middle of COVID still, sir. In the middle of COVID. But I feel, sir, we make it look too easy. We make it look too easy. So the debt stock includes 1.1 billion now. For those things, not that the government wanted those things to happen, sir. We had to borrow because the circumstances dictated that we had to borrow in order to make sure that even for some of the same workers that the honourable member was speaking about, that $42 million a year that we spent, sir, was to help pay some of them, sir. To keep Barbados alive, sir. So if COVID did not happen, sir, I don't know what they'd be talking about that because it'd be under 100% by now. I know that. I know that. But this government, sir, will continue to grow this economy because as the Prime Minister said, and I know that they like to talk about the fatted calf and those kinds of things, but when they like to talk about fatted calf, but they don't feed it, they don't get the water, all they want to do, sir, is take from it. And I say to the people of this country, they have to be very careful who they listen to, sir, who they listen to, because the honourable member read out in here an article from the FT. But you know what the article for the FT didn't say, sir? Financial Times? You know what the article in the FT didn't say? That the Greek debt restructuring was so disastrous. So disastrous, sir, that people were protesting in the streets of Athens, sir, for months. For months, sir. For months. We restructured our debt, sir, in 4 months. The domestic. In 4 months. I ain't seen nobody in the street, sir. Because you know why? You know why nobody was in the street, sir? Everybody except the Democratic Labour Party. Everybody except the Democratic Labour Party did not saw this thing coming, and they did nothing, sir. They did nothing. And the idea that this government did anything wrong or nefarious or we hid in the night and did not explain to people what was happening, and the truth is, sir, a lot was happening at the time. A lot. But we made the decision, sir, to selectively default in order to rescue this country, sir, from what effectively, sir, and I will make this point in this way. You remember, sir, when we restructured the debt, we included natural disaster clauses. You remember that debate, sir? Regrettably, sir, and I know we did an amendment last year, November, I think it was, sir, when we did the debt clause, where we included the pandemics as well, sir. But the reality is, sir, that those pause clauses now, sir, only refer to hurricanes, sir. We refer to earthquakes. And of course, the pandemic is the pandemic. But in my mind, sir, I want to say to this country that those clauses do not, sir, do not include any provision for what is the biggest natural disaster this country has ever experienced, sir, which is the Democratic Labour Party, sir. They do not. And it is a disaster nevertheless. They do not, sir. And my sense, and what I listened to this evening, sir, did not give me any confidence, sir, that they even appreciate the gravity of the situation that this country is in, given all that's happening globally. And whilst they believe, sir, oh, the economy is growing. Yes, of course the economy is growing. And they have to pick at every little thing, sir, because they do not know what growing an economy looks like. Every time the Democratic Labour Party came to this chamber, sir, to do a budget, every time, the people in this country were left asking what else they can tax. When the Honourable Prime Minister said yesterday that there were no new taxes, if you could see the disappointment, sir, on the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, the disappointment in his face, sir. As if, sir, they do not understand what it takes to ensure that public policy is fitting for the time. And I want to say, sir, that I support the budget, obviously. I mean, my contribution here, sir, is one that it is, I feel as if this country, sir, needs an awakening. It really does. And I think I genuinely want to thank the Honourable Member for crossing the floor. I really do. Because in 6 years, sir, I never had a policy discussion with him. He never raised anything. I don't know if the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, he ever raised anything with you. I don't know if the Honourable Prime Minister, he had any conversation with you or anything about any policy or anything in this country. But having taken the decision that he's taken, sir, has made me reflect very carefully that whilst the work that we have been doing, sir, is indeed to benefit ordinary Barbadians, I believe, sir, that my job now, our jobs in here, is to continue to tell the story as to what this government has done in the interest of the people of Barbados, sir. And in telling that story, sir, is not about, at least not in my mind, because I know that when we are building the dorms for the young people, sir, it's going to give those young people an opportunity. The young people that, because of the nature of the education system, that those young people who go into youth advanced corps are the young people that all of us campaign and we support with, sir. And therefore we determined as a government that we were going to ensure that those young people don't fall through any crack in Barbados. And therefore, if the Honourable Member believes that building the dorms for the youth advanced corps is something to be, I don't know, that is not worthy of what the Democratic Labour Party regards as capital, there are two things, sir. It's not just the physical capital works of building the dorms for them, It is the human capital that we are investing in, sir, to make sure that them young people can move this country forward, sir. So whilst it may not be millions and millions of dollars that he's talking about, it is that human capital, the very people, sir, in the families. As a matter of fact, you know, sir, it is some of those children of some of the same people from the ASH team that was from Christchurch Central, and they know some of the same children from yours, sir, and everybody's in this chamber, to ensure that we can break the cycle of poverty, sir, within communities in this country, because if we give those young people the chance that they deserve, then we will change the trajectory of this country, sir. So that is the kind of capital investment that this Barbados Labour Party is interested in. I can go through chapter and verse, sir, of the contracts that White Oak, sir, renegotiated on behalf of the people of Barbados. And in some instances, sir, the truth is, I think I've said this already in this house, sir. Almost every contract that was renegotiated as part of the debt restructuring, because it wasn't only just the debt, sir. It was not just the debt. It was the other liabilities that the Democratic Labour Party had put on the backs of the people of this country. But I remember this particular one, sir. It was the one at sanitation. The sanitation building. Don't make walk closer. The negotiation didn't even last particularly long, sir. Particularly long. 45 or $46 million, I think, was the contract price at the time, sir. And in no time, contract price cut in half. In half, sir. Now, if that is not corruption, sir, I don't know what corruption is. In no time. And why? Because we went in, sir, and we said to those people, this can't work. And we've done that, sir, consistently. And you heard the Prime Minister yesterday speak to the to the ones at the Water Authority. Madness. And therefore, we continue, sir, to work to make sure that we protect the interests of Barbadians, and that the improvement in public services, sir, which I know Barbadians see, you know, and we, sir, you know, people will meet you in the supermarket, sir, when you walk around the constituency and all of that, sir. And people tell you, do what you're doing. Don't mind them. Do what you're doing. Don't mind them. Now, sir, I don't take any of this lightly, because the effort that this government has put in, the efforts that the public servants, sir, have put in, is something, sir, that is worthy of what Barbados means to me, sir. And I will not, sir, in any way, shirk from the task of giving to account what this government is spending money on. I will not. So if the honourable member wants to ask his questions, I only hope, sir, that when he gets the answers, the truth, as he says, the truth, that he appreciates, sir, that there's fact, sir, and there's fiction. Because I realize, sir, that everything that comes out, well, everything that he said, appears to be stuff that is circulated online, sir, in a space that it really does not drive any productivity, sir, for this country. And it is designed, sir, as we've seen now happening globally, it is designed,
has 2 more minutes.
it is designed to ensure that you can distract people, sir. And therefore, I want to say to the people of this country, sir, that we will continue to stay the course. We, sir, came to the public. We explained first what the mission-critical agenda was, sir, and we executed. We said we needed to stabilize, sir, and we stabilized. We are saying to the country now, sir, that we have to dust off ourselves. And sir, let me end by saying that the reason I'm wearing this tie today, because you know I don't normally wear this tie, it's so early in the year.
I think we lead in, Honourable Member. I think so.
So I say that because a few years ago, sir, a few years ago, I said to the court, sir, that we are not there to make up numbers, sir. And as I end my presentation, sir, I want to say to all Barbadians, Barbados, when we turn up, sir, we ain't turning up to make up numbers, sir. We turning up to lead. We turning up to work. And as God is my witness, sir, as God is my witness, our mission, this country's collective mission, sir, is to ensure that we get up every day, sir. Whether you're a public servant, ask yourself what it is that I do today to make sure that tomorrow, sir, somebody can help the business grow. If you're in the private sector, sir, what are you doing to improve your circumstances, get in the right relationship, sir, access to the right type of financing, and working collaboratively, sir, with government and with the private sector, sir, to make sure that we can make things happen. Because the only way, sir, that we're going to grow this economy and do it quickly is if the government, working collaboratively with the private sector, that we are doing that hand in hand, sir, and ensuring that the young people and everybody in this country, sir, that they can participate, invest in our future, sir. And therefore, this mission that this Barbados Party is on, sir, is a mission not just to rescue this country. It is a mission, sir, that is designed to inspire confidence and to allow every single boy and girl in this country to know that they have a path to success and that this government is laying out a very clear strategy across all of our ministries, across all of our policies to ensure, sir, that the people of this country, that they can not just support themselves and their families, but they can create wealth that they can transfer, sir, from one generation to the next. And therefore, that, sir, has to be our mission over the next 2 to 3 years to make sure that the recovery takes root, but also, sir, to ensure that we are able to hand over to the next generation, sir, a Barbados that we can all be proud of. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, sir, I would like to yield.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 9:30 p.m.
No, 9:15.
Sorry, 9:15. 9:15.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 9:15 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 9:15 p.m.